Well. Clemson Tiger fans, college football fans, welcome back to another episode of the All In Show here on the Voice of College Football Clemson channel. Thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. We will get into the show momentarily, but before I bring on my co-host Jordan Bowman, a few housekeeping rules here. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button for us. It really helps us out. Also, if you would like this video, it is a live video, helps us out in the YouTube algorithm. And then also, if you would share this video, share it with your friends, share it in the various college football Facebook pages you guys are in. Share it with your buddies. Tell them to come check out me, Tiger Paul Craven, and your boy Jordan Bowman chopping it up about Clemson football, college football, and everything in between. We really do appreciate that. And then also, as always, we are on the umbrella of the Voice of College Football here. Okay, so Mark Rogers has given us this great platform in order to come to you guys and chop it up about Clemson football. So please support the main channel over there on the Voice of College Football. He has launched merch. He's got coffee cups. He's got hoodies. He's got T-shirts. He's got jackets. He's got all sorts of merch over there. Please go ahead and check out his merch. I'm sure you will find something that you want, that you will like, and that you could use. But without further ado, I will bring on my co-host, fan favorite, my buddy, Jordan Bowman. Jordan, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm chilling, man. Just trying to survive this week, studying for finals next week. So this is a nice break, from all the studying. So I'm excited. And when we were talking about this like earlier today, we were like, obviously, your daughter's softball practice was canceled. So we were like, hey, why don't we just, why don't we move the show up? We've been doing it at 9 p.m. for the past few weeks. But, we were like, well, the NFL draft's tonight. We've got some Tigers that could potentially have their names called tonight. So I was like, why don't we just do it, at 8 o'clock and kind of watch the draft with you guys. So really excited to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Tonight is an exciting episode, special edition of the All In Show here on the Voice of College Football, and that is a live watch along for round one of the NFL draft. We got a couple Tigers tonight, probably maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 Tigers that may see their name called in the first round. We could hope. And we'll chop it up about that tonight. We'll chop it up about a lot of different things when it comes to Clemson football tonight. It won't just be the NFL draft, but it'll be a lot of things tonight, guys. We're going to watch along with you guys. Hopefully you guys got the NFL draft on like we do. We're watching it, and we're anxiously waiting for our Tigers to be drafted and hopefully realize their dreams here in the first round of the NFL draft, but we will also be talking college football here as well. And it's an exciting time to be a Clemson Tiger. It's an exciting time to see guys that truly contributed everything they could to our program and now realize their dream as NFL stars or NFL players. Man, dudes are going to become millionaires tonight, man, and that's pretty awesome, man. Like I can't imagine being a millionaire overnight, but there's like 32 dudes here tonight that are gonna realize their dream and become millionaires literally overnight. So it's a pretty cool thing, man. So the NFL draft's getting started right now. I got it on right now. For those of you out there that are watching right now, I know we got 9 here in the live chat that I'm seeing, and I'm watching on Hulu Live, so I'm a probably a little bit behind you guys if you guys are watching on live cable or anything like that, or even YouTube TV. You're probably a little ahead of me, like Jordan Bowman. I think Jordan, you're watching on YouTube TV, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you guys are a little ahead of me. I'm on Hulu Live. I got the bootleg live over here with Hulu. We're a little bit behind everybody, but still excited to watch the NFL draft. We got tons to talk about with Clemson football tonight. It's not just going to be about the draft. We got stuff that we'll chop it up in between these draft picks tonight. Jordan, how was your week, man? How'd your week go
That's pretty good.
since our last episode?
Pretty good. Just trying to, like I said, trying to study for finals. That's pretty much just been my entire MO this week. But got to the weekend was pretty cool. Got to watch some Clemson baseball. They're starting to get really hot. They've won their last 3 ACC series. Really
Clemson
nice.
baseball is playing pretty good right now, man.
Yeah, I mean they just finished a road sweep over NC State, who's like top 15 in RPI. I think they dropped when they lost to Clemson, of course, but that's kind of how it works. But and then they beat Kennesaw State in the midweek, so they're kind of peaking at the right time. I think they are projected to get a 2 seed, in the NCAA tournament. So, which is a far cry from where we thought this team would be. Just like last month, they look dead in the water. So,
absolutely, man.
Yeah, the lineup has been real. The bats have been hot. Pitching has steadily improved as the season has gone on. So, really excited.
Yeah, it's good.
Unfortunately, the softball team, however, yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Did you watch? I went back and watched the end of that.
Which game are you talking about?
The midweek game against. First pick.
First pick.
Oh, okay. Right? I thought he was. No. I thought he was I thought Roger Goodell was announcing it. I was like,
no. He's not announcing it. That was they're on the board. They got 9 minutes and 36 seconds right now, according to my Hulu Live for the Carolina Panthers. I'm assuming this is going to be Bryce Young right here to the Carolina Panthers.
That's what I'm feeling.
Do you think anybody? Do you think Carolina Panthers are going to pick anybody else other than Bryce Young, or
no.
You think Bryce Young is a sure in for this pick?
I think it's Bryce Young. I felt Bryce Young the most. I know CJ's kind of, that he got some love. Recently, and it was kind of a debate between
Will Levis
Young
got some like shifts in the Las Vegas world or the betting. World.
I don't.
That was weird, wasn't it? Like, what was up with that? Like, what?
Well, I mean, the Will Levis hype has been going on for a while, so that didn't really surprise me. But I knew it was going to be Young or Stroud, and I think it's pretty decidedly with kind of some of the stuff this week. People are talking about like Stroud's test scores and all that. I don't think that really factored into it, but I think Bryce Young is just. I personally think Bryce Young is slightly better, but I don't think you can go wrong with either quarterback. So I'm hoping my Titans trade up and hopefully draft CJ Stroud. That would be great.
So you think it's either number one pick? You think it's either CJ Stroud or Bryce Young, right?
I think it's Bryce Young.
Yeah, I think it's 100% Bryce Young. I don't think there's any debate about it. The Panthers traded up from, I think, number 9 to get the number 1 pick. So I think they know exactly who they're going to pick. I think it's been Bryce Young this entire time. I know there's some size concern when it comes to Bryce Young. He's kind of a slender guy. He's kind of a guy that, he's not really tall. He's not, a super impressive guy when you see him in person, I guess. But I don't think there's any way that Carolina does not select Bryce Young here. I'd be super surprised if it was anybody else.
Yeah. It's kind of where I've been feeling the entire time.
But
we'll see. We'll see. And,
we shall see. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see who they pick up. But let's see here. Let's give a shout out to the chat section. Thank you guys all for showing out. We got 13 people in the live chat right now. We got Brent, Ben Adams, Scooter, John Sarian, a friend of the show. My wife, Courtney Craven, says, make sure y'all hit the like button. Please go ahead and do that for us. Big Mick is in the chat. Luke Walker is in the chat. Alakazam. Thank you all for getting in the chat tonight. Please come out and hang out with us throughout this first round of the NFL draft, and then we will also chop it up about Clemson football throughout as we get dead periods. We got tons to talk about. We got some things that we want to discuss tonight, whether it be the comments from DJ or quote unquote Clemson defensive ends or edge rushers being bust, as you put me on earlier today. I'm super passionate about talking about that. So if you guys are interested about quote unquote Clemson players being bust in the NFL when it comes to edge rushers, we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the episode. And then we'll talk about kind of our realistic expectations for this Clemson team heading out of spring into the summer months, and kind of where we see them going. But I think Carolina has another 5 minutes on the clock. So we'll see where they go. John Sarian says, didn't the smart people say Jalen Hurts was too small? Hey,
yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point, John Sarian.
They said Russell Wilson was too small. They said
Russell Wilson was too small. They said Kyler Murray was too small, although jury's still out on him. But they also said that what's his name? Saints quarterback.
Oh, Drew Brees.
They said Drew Brees was too small. So there's been guys that have been successful in the league that have been quote unquote small. So
how many Tigers do you expect to hear their names called tonight? I'm thinking 2.
So it's just the first round tonight, right? So 32 picks.
Just the first round.
So just 32 picks tonight. I'm expecting 3 Tigers to be called tonight.
3? Okay.
I'm expecting 3 Tigers to be called tonight. I just am. So I expect for Miles Murphy to be called, Brian Brzee, and
Trenton Simpson.
Yeah, Trenton Simpson, Brian Brzee, and Miles Murphy. I expect for those 3 to be called. I know a lot has been said about Trenton Simpson, about kind of the NFL shying away from these versatile guys and saying that maybe these guys are a jack of all trades and a master of none. I don't believe in that, man. I don't believe in that at all. If you're an imaginative NFL team and you're an NFL team that has a defensive coordinator that can really put guys in the best position to make plays, I think Trenton Simpson is your guy. Like, start that dude at just pure pass rusher, 100% pure pass rusher, and then develop him into a true 4-down linebacker in the NFL. He's got the size, he's got the speed, and I think he has the knowledge and the ability to be able to be a 4-down player in the NFL when it comes to linebacker. But if you just want to start him off as a pass rusher, look here, man. That dude is going to tear some quarterbacks up in the NFL. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, yeah.
He's an absolute animal. And if you don't take him, look, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I mean, I agree. I think Trenton Simpson is absolutely a first-round talent. I think the athleticism
he has to be, right? I mean,
but I don't think just from what I just from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like the NFL sees him as as high. I think they love the traits, but just his instincts as all his his ability as a linebacker has been kind of picked apart, and it made his stock drop into kind of the second roundish. But would it surprise me if he heard his name called tonight? No, but I tend to think he's going in the second.
Why do these NFL scouts tend to outthink themselves? Doesn't it seem like NFL scouts are just trying to consistently outthink themselves in the NFL draft?
I agree.
They're always trying to be like, oh, whoa, well, blah 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 blah. Like, really, dude? Like, I mean, seriously, what are we doing right now? This dude is complete. I don't know. The Panthers pick is in, so Bryce Young. There we go. Yep. Saw that coming. Bryce Young. First overall pick to the Panthers.
No surprise there. Panthers get their franchise quarterback. Haven't had one since Cam Newton. So that fan base has been waiting for a really long time, and they've been they get their guy. I think it's a great pick. Bryce Young is my favorite quarterback in this class.
Yeah, I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback. I think he's the guy. In this draft, how many quarterbacks do you think? Speaking of quarterbacks, now that Bryce Young has been selected first overall, how many quarterbacks do you think will be selected in this first round?
Probably 4.
You think 4? Okay.
Yeah, I think Young, Stroud, Richardson, and Levis, I think, are pretty safely in the first round. Then a guy like you think of a guy like Hendon Hooker, who's kind of been really interesting because I can't tell whether I think some NFL teams really really like him and some kind of shy away because of the system he played in. Tennessee's offense does not translate to the NFL at all. I mean, wide receiver the wide receiver splits are like ginormous. They look nothing like it. And the offense he played in is basically see it, throw it. It wasn't like he was making a whole ton of reads and progressions. But I think the mechanics and the arm talent is really, really good. He's a really accurate deep ball thrower. He has some athletic. He has decent mobility. He didn't really have to use it a lot at Tennessee. But I don't know. I could see a team, if they get real antsy and feel like they need to draft a quarterback, I could possibly see Hendon Hooker going late first. But but I don't expect it. I think it's Young, Stroud, Richardson, Levis, and I think that'll do it. I don't see any other quarterbacks that are really first round caliber.
So let me say this, and I'm not hating on Anthony Richardson at all. Don't get me wrong, but going into bowl season and playoffs and all that stuff, I don't think any college football fan would have thought that Anthony Richardson would have been a premier quarterback in the NFL. So what is it because he tested so well in the in the quote unquote underwear Olympics?
Listen, I think Anthony Richardson, I mean, he's rightfully been picked apart. But by no means was he a great college quarterback. But
no,
I think we knew about the athleticism even before he started. I mean, I remember, a couple of years ago, when Dan Mullen was still the head coach at Florida, and they were still, rolling with Emory Jones, and people were waiting. When is Anthony Richardson going to? Because they knew how good he was, how athletic he was, and when Billy Napier came in, he installed Florida ran an offense last year that was pretty NFL like, and I don't think Anthony Richardson he ran it particularly well, but I think it did give him some valuable experience. And I think you saw some guys some games where Anthony Richardson really took over, and you really saw him flash that freakish athletic ability. I mean, he's the most athletic quarterback we've seen since Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
built just like him, and honestly has better measurables in a lot of areas. So I get why NFL teams find him intriguing. He cannot go to a situation where he's going to be asked to start right away. I think he's got a lot of development, that he needs to do. But I actually really I like Anthony Richardson as a prospect. So I'm not really as like, I don't bristle at it. I think it's obviously a boomer bust type of pick, but I think at the right school, not the right school, at the right team, if you give him some time to develop, I think he could develop into a really nice, quarterback. He would be a superstar. And so I think there's going to be a GM. There's going to be a couple GMs in this first round that are going to look to, kind of take that swing, because that if you hit, you've got your franchise quarterback for like the next 10 years, and you're a legend. Because I think if he ends up in the right spot, I think he's going to be really, really great. So I think I like Anthony Richardson way more than Will Levis, but I don't know what your opinions are on that.
Yeah, look. We'll see. I don't know. Look. College football does not always transfer to the NFL, and then some guys in college football go to the NFL and then they ball out, right? But I gotta shed some light on our comment section here. Let's get my boy Big Load.
I like that name, Big Load. That's
Big cool. Load. I don't think my buddy with the beard is as knowledgeable on the Clemson team.
You're gonna have to be more specific, because look, I got a little something. So you're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah. Hold on. Why are you disrespecting my boy Jordan Bowman over here, bro? So is it me with the beard or is it him with the beard? Which one? Be more specific, Big Load. Come on, get your life together, brother. Look, man, we appreciate you stopping by. We really do. I appreciate all opinions here. But the drastic difference between the NFL and college football.
CJ Stroud. Wow.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming.
I mean, it didn't surprise. I didn't really see any way the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback unless they,
Of course they need a quarterback.
Unless they traded.
They don't have a quarterback right now. So, CJ Stroud was, the best left on the board. In my opinion,
his name is Coleridge. I don't think I knew that.
I don't think I knew that either.
Coleridge Bernard Brown.
I know a lot has been said about his quote unquote S2 score, and that cognitive test that the NFL gives now in the S2. But look, man, this dude, if you look at his play on the field, he is absolutely balled out in the biggest of games. So I think it's a no-brainer for the Texans, man. I think it's a good pickup for him. I think it's a really good pickup for the Texans. Those are the top two quarterbacks, right?
Yep. I think that's. I'm interested to see what Arizona does with the third pick, because there's been talks about them potentially trading it.
Why wouldn't they trade it? They don't need a quarterback because they pay Kyler Murray all that money. So are you really going to select a quarterback? No. You should probably trade back and get some significant draft stock for somebody that wants a quarterback at that high, right? Isn't that what you would do? That's what I would do.
Big Load says, you said Trenton Simpson could start out as an edge rusher in the league. I don't think that's a bad take. I don't. Is he like a, if in like a 4-man front, is he going to be no, he's not going to be like a 4-3 defensive end, but kind of like Big Mick says, he can be an edge in a 3-4. He'll be a stand-up linebacker.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
That's what he excelled at Clemson. I mean, just His pass rushing tape is phenomenal. I mean, the power. He's got really powerful hands. He's got really great athleticism. He comes in with aggression. He has a really, for a guy who doesn't play defensive end, he has a really good pass rush plan. And he's really. I think that's. I don't think that's crazy. It wouldn't. I'm not saying you have to do that, but it wouldn't be a crazy thing to do.
I don't say you. Look. Calm down, guys. I didn't say you have to do that, but I could see them bringing him along a little bit slower than some other guys that came out of Clemson and stuff like that. Okay, look, I didn't say Trenton Simpson couldn't play in the NFL as a true linebacker tomorrow. However, look, I think Trenton Simpson is a true pass rusher. Okay. In a 3-4 defense, look, that dude is a stand-up linebacker, rush the passer. Look, NFL defenses are way more complicated, okay? So I'm not saying anything bad about Trenton Simpson. I'm not saying that I didn't watch any Clemson football because clearly I've never watched a Clemson football game ever.
Neither have I. I've never seen Clemson before.
I don't even know why I don't even know why we talk about Clemson. I haven't watched a Clemson football game ever. But Trent Simpson is a pass rusher. He's a pure pass rusher through and through. So what I'm saying is you start there and then you develop him as a true linebacker in the NFL. That's all I was saying. Calm down, Big Load. Don't come at me. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you, man. I really do appreciate you stopping by.
I agree with that. He's a strong athlete, very smart as well. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, no, he was probably the best athlete on Clemson's defense last season. So I agree with you there for sure.
Verified 4.4 speed.
Verified, dude.
Nearly 4. I think his vertical is like 40 inches.
Yeah, the dude is
insane.
He's a freak athlete, man.
Yeah,
and
he's like 200, and he's 240 pounds moving like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely, which is why I said start him out rushing the passer and then develop him into the more complicated schemes that come with NFL defenses. That's
what's crazy is he doesn't even look that big. He's a really lean 240, but like when they weighed him in, I'm like, what? But then you see him like. You see him out of pads, and you're like, "Oh, okay."
Until you stand next to him, and then you're like, "Oh God, this dude is for real." That man is like 2% body fat. That dude is man. I don't even know, man. I don't even know how you deal. How do you deal with a guy like Isaiah Simmons or a guy like Trenton Simpson? I mean, these dudes are athletic freaks. They can run. They can rush the passer. I really think it's on the defensive coordinators to use these guys in a way where they are effective in an NFL defense. Yeah. I don't think it's, I think a lot has been said about
trade.
Clemson. What's that?
Oh my God, trade? Please tell me it's the Titans. I'm a Titans fan. Oh no!
The Texans are trading. The Texans are trading. Hold up.
The Texans traded with the Cardinals.
They traded with the Cardinals.
Yeah, Texans are picking back to back. Oh, they're gonna take Jalen Carter, aren't they? Hold on. What are they about to do?
So the Texans are going to take back to back picks.
Yeah.
What are they? Who are they picking?
I don't know. Are they going to take like a Jalen Carter? Are they going to take an edge?
So they took
Will
CJ.
Anderson.
They took CJ. Who are they going to take here?
I'm thinking Jalen Carter or Will Anderson.
Who do they want this high? It's got to be Will Anderson.
I think it's got to be defense.
It's got to be Will Anderson. Yeah. It's got to be Will Anderson. There's no. It's got to be Will Anderson. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Man.
I'm a Titans fan, so I was hoping that there were some talks that they were going to potentially trade up.
So CJ Stroud, and then Who are they about to pick? I'm guessing Will Anderson. What are you guessing?
I think it's Will Anderson too.
You think it's Will Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's Jalen Carter, but I know some of the off the field stuff was. I don't know. I don't. It's hard to tell how much stock the those NFL GMs are putting into all the off the field stuff that
Big
went
Mick
on.
says Texans got too much money. They don't know how to build a team.
I think Jalen Carter is the best player in the draft, regardless of position. All right, let's see.
Will Anderson. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Will Anderson. Absolutely. That's awesome, bro. That is awesome. Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Pick 2 and pick 3 of the NFL draft. Wow. Hey, Texans out here making moves, dude.
Yep. Hey, they're trying to build. They're trying to build their future, and they
trying to build a team, dude. They're trying to build a team, man. I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at them at all. They're trying to build a team for sure. This is crazy. This is crazy. You got to love trades at the last second, right?
Yeah. It's always exciting.
Always. Always exciting.
Look at Nick Saban.
Uh-oh. What in the world? You still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. My screen just went black. So if you lose me, just give me a second to get back.
All right.
It's just showing the loading screen right now. So
So speaking of edge rushers, you want to kind of dig into the whole the Clemson curse thing?
Yeah, so let's talk about the Clemson curse that has gone on. And who wrote the article that you sent me earlier?
I think his name is Bob McGinn.
Bob McGinn. And he talked to quote unquote 17 NFL scouts, right? And he talked about Clemson producing bust along the defensive line, mainly the defensive edge, not really just the defensive line, because I think defensive tackles from Clemson has had a lot of success in the NFL, but pretty much just on the defensive line, the edge part of it. And he called it the quote-unquote Clemson curse. He said Clemson pampers players and makes excuses for them, and Dabo is full of sugar, honey, ice, tea. What do you think about that, Jordan? What do you think about that?
Well, it was pretty surprising. It was, but obviously these scouts are anonymous, so they obviously give a more unfiltered opinion than they would otherwise if they were, they had to put their name on it. But I don't know. It seemed kind of, it seemed kind of silly. I don't know how founded that this whole Clemson curse idea is. I don't think Clemson has produced any more, quote unquote bust than any other school. I mean, when you churn out as many defensive linemen as Clemson has over the years, you're going to have guys that don't pan out. That's just how it works. Not every first round pick is going to be a superstar. That just doesn't happen. I mean, hell, look at Ohio State quarterbacks. Look how many Ohio State quarterbacks have gone to the league and haven't necessarily produced. So it's not I don't think it's a Clemson thing. It's just kind of, it's numbers, it's statistics. But I found it really interesting. Obviously, I didn't appreciate a lot of those comments for a good reason. But there you go. You put it up on the screen. There we go. Look at us. But yeah,
I got it up on the screen right now. So I'm going to read part of the story here, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. So it says, for all the success Clemson football has enjoyed over the decades, NFL teams often haven't benefited. The only reason this story is being written uh, seem for the fact that three scouts without solicitation brought up this stigma associated with players from Clemson. I'm really biased here because I've scouted a bunch of busts at this school, a season evaluator said. But that Clemson's helmet scares the SHIT out of me on the defensive line. Enough of us have been burned over the years. You're forever on guard. In my poll, asking 17 scouts which edge rusher had the best chance to bust, one personnel director picked Miles Murphy. Asked why, he replied, Clemson. Miles Murphy led the way with 5 votes compared to 3 for Will McDonald, Tyree Wilson, 2 for Isaiah Forsky, and blah, 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 blah. When Miles Murphy flashes, he is a top 15 pick, said another long-term evaluator. But there are series where he disappears. He's a great kid. He's got all the tools. He's going in the first, but he's got that Clemson stigma. From there, I begin to ask scouts to explain this pox over Clemson that became evident to me in the mid 1980s. You know what they do. Another weather
Anthony
scout.
Richardson.
Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
Wow.
4th overall. Anthony Richardson to the Colts, 4th overall.
Well, that's great.
That's pretty crazy.
Honestly, that's honestly the perfect situation for him.
I thought they were gonna take Will Levis. Honestly.
That sucks for me as a Titans fan. That sucks. That's like honestly the worst. It's great for Anthony Richardson. This is about as good of a situation as he could have landed. The Colts already have a pretty well put together roster. Frank Reich, he's well respected. He's a great offensive mind. I mean, not Frank Reich. What's his name? Frank Reich isn't there anymore. Frank Reich is with the Panthers. Who's the new coach of the Colts?
Who's the new Colts coach? I don't even know. Honestly. But they got Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, Shane Steichen. I don't know why that took me forever. From the Eagles. Oh, but yeah, this is a really good. This is a really good pick for the Colts. I think their roster is well suited. I don't think, he needs to start right away.
That's going to be good. That's going to be good for the Colts, man. That's going to be really good for the Colts. I mean, I think the dude got overhyped because of his measurables in the process, but at the end of the day, I mean, look, man, if they're going to develop him as a passer, I think he'll be okay. I think he will. I think he will be okay.
But yeah, I think that's a great spot for Anthony Richardson. I mean, if they develop him, I think if he develops correctly, I think there's no doubt. I think he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I just, at least for a short time, maybe depending on longevity. But I think this is a great.
You don't think it was a fluke that he tested well?
No, it's not a fluke. I mean, they knew how he was. Everyone talked about how athletic he was when he was at Florida, and even before he started.
Okay.
I mean, when he was coming out of high school, it was.
No. I get it. I'm just sometimes those athletic guys test very well and they don't translate.
Yeah,
on
well,
Sunday.
yeah,
On
100%.
Sundays.
And it's all about how he transitions and, the spot, whether the Colts, properly develop him, whether they make the right roster moves, they surround him with the right guys. But I think that roster is in pretty good shape right now, and they don't really have to, they don't need him to come in and be the guy right away. And I think
Right.
that's perfect. So
Right.
we'll see
That's
how
probably
that.
that's probably the most important part is that he does not need to come in and be day one starter savior of the Colts.
Yeah.
That's probably the best thing. But let's keep talking about this slander that is being draped on Clemson right now. So I just read that article that you guys see up there right now. You guys can keep reading. And then Jordan Bowman sent me some screenshots because this is obviously, as you see, a paid for. It's a paywall on this article. But one of the scouts said that he showed up at the combine wearing glasses and talking about his engineering degree. A fifth scout said, "What's the most difficult thing you had to overcome?" Oh, my freshman year, 2-a-days at Clemson. We go down in the muck. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's muddy. Man, it's miserable. It killed the kid. All these defensive line coaches got together and they've been talking about it ever since. They don't think, talking about Miles Murphy, he's tough enough. They don't think he's committed. I don't know what to make of it. From Marietta, Georgia, he scares me. A sixth scout said, "Welcome to Clemson. I'm long, I'm athletic, I can bait you into certain things, but am I a bad ASS?" This scout goes on to say, "Dabo is the worst," said one scout. "You go to Pro Day, he talks about everyone on the team as if they are the next great NFL player. It's like, come on, man." He talks about the fifth-year senior that hasn't played, and he's talking about he should be a starter in the NFL. He's full of sugar honey iced tea. That whole culture says a lot about a team and the players. Pampering players, making excuses for them, and enabling certain things with players. So this scout, quote unquote, I guess, has big beef with Dabo Sweeney. Big beef
Yeah.
with Dabo. What is your so? I just read all of that. What is kind of your take on all the stuff I just read from that scout, from the stuff that you sent me? I really want to talk about this when it comes to kind of the attacks on the Clemson program from these various NFL scouts, particularly this one, and all the things in between. What do you think?
I mean, it's I think and I said this I would when I first read it I was like, man, he picked some of the scummiest scouts I think I've ever heard, as far as just kind of how they go about doing their job. And I mean, I get it's a business and all of that, but some of that stuff seems really like trivial and irrelevant. But what really stuck out to me was, when that scout was talking about Miles Murphy and, upset that he was coming in and talking about his engineering degree he's a kid that came from a stable home, didn't face a ton of adversity in his life. He lived a good life. And apparently that was a problem. And
Apparently
so,
that's a bad thing.
yeah. So
How dare you come from a good home with good parents? You get an engineering degree
in 3 years,
in 3 years. You excel at school. You excel at life, You have parents that check you, parents that keep you in line. How dare you be that individual? Um, I don't I don't really know what to make of this. I couldn't disagree more with whatever this scout is talking about. I have no idea what this dude is talking about.
No. And
So because Miles Murphy comes from a good family, he's a well-adjusted adult that is, educated, he's smart, uh, he has a head on his shoulders, and he knows what he wants. That's a bad thing? What's up with that? Like, what? Why is that a bad thing? I don't understand.
yeah, and I've noticed this, with players in the past. It seems like if you're accomplished in anything outside of football, they look at you funny. Hell, remember when Trevor Lawrence was, during the pre-draft process, and he said he was like, if football doesn't work out, it's not going to be the end of the world. And the scouts freaked out and lost their mind, and it was like, oh my God, he doesn't love football. He doesn't care about football. Seahawks picked Devon Witherspoon. Great pick. I think he's a phenomenal corner. I think this cornerback class is really, really good. So, and he's the best of them. So I think he's going to be a really good player in the league. But anyway, yeah, I just don't get it, man. It seems like and I understand there's this, there's this idea that, players that have gone through some personal tragedy, maybe they didn't come from the best home, there's, having gone through that adversity, some players come out with a different drive and
Sure.
they kind of have a different mindset about them. And I get all that. But to use that, a player's lack of that as a knock, I think is really ridiculous.
I would never understand discounting a player because they come from a good home. They're a well-adjusted young man, and just because they come from a two-parent home and they have structure in their life, and they, how dare you have an engineering degree and have something to fall back on if football doesn't work? How dare you? Football should be your only focus ever. Come on, man, stop it. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if that's what the NFL is looking for, then that's absolutely ridiculous. And that scout should be ashamed of himself and should completely rethink the way that he looks at individuals coming out of college, in my opinion.
But yeah, and then the Dabo stuff I thought was silly too. I mean, listen, I get Dabo he's a guy that's going to talk positively about his players. He's never going to be a guy, especially when he's talking about them to other people. He's not going to talk bad about them.
Are you supposed to trash your players to the NFL? Is that what you're supposed to do as a head coach in college football, in major college football? I mean,
and listen, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with a coach being, up front. And I get, it's like, this guy is not really good at that. I wouldn't pick him if you want him to do this. And I understand coaches that do that, and I don't think that's a wrong thing to do. But I don't think you should ever, if you're a scout, I don't think you should ever go to a pro day and expect that the coach do the scouting for you. I mean,
right.
you'd make the decision for yourself whether the guy is worth drafting.
Yeah, isn't that your job?
Yeah,
like isn't the job of the head coach that you go to the pro day of to sell his guys, to set his guys up for the best success when it comes to the next part of their career? Those guys have given all that they can, seemingly, to their program. And now their head coach, i.e. Dabo Swinney, is now selling them to the NFL. Should he not be selling them to the NFL? Should he be like, yeah, no, this dude's a bum. I didn't like him from the time he got on campus. This dude, he ain't it. Don't draft him. Really? So then you come out with a story about Dabo Swinney about how he's bad-mouthing his players, right?
Yep.
Just like they came out with a story about Dabo Swinney about how he don't care about walk-ons anymore and he's stealing their scholarships, right? Like that's what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lose-lose. Like get out of here, man. Like this scout is out of control. This dude is absolutely clueless. Who in their right mind as a head coach of a major college football brand would ever be like, oh, don't draft my players because they're freaking trash? Really, dude? Like, what are we doing right now?
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. This scout is out of control. This dude is clueless. He has no idea what he's doing. Look, hey, I'm gonna let it go. Whatever. Go ahead. You go. You go.
I mean, you pretty much covered it. It really is just so. And I tweeted this out. I said it really amazes me, NFL scouts and GMs, like their ability to just overthink things.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's just an example of it. I mean, I get it's a arduous process of evaluating all these prospects, and you want to make sure you make the right pick. But you got to think about the stuff that matters. And if your one knock on a guy is that you say, oh, he comes from a great home, and he's not a kid that's gotten in trouble or faced has had a really tough life. But you say he has all the tools and is a top 15 pick, then you take the pick. I don't get all this.
What a prerequisite is because I had to have a terrible life in my childhood in order to get picked high in the NFL draft. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you guys doing? You guys, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's absurd, man. Either you watch the tape and you like the player or you freaking don't.
Yeah.
What does it matter how many parents he had at home or how much trouble he got in middle school? Get out of here, dude. Like, I mean, what are we even doing?
Yeah.
You're talking about, oh, he didn't get in trouble in high school, so he don't deserve to be in the top 15 in the NFL draft. Shut up, dude. Shut up. You're clueless. If that's your measure of who should be in the NFL draft in the top 15, you're crazy, dude. You're absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that, that he doesn't have his downsides to tape, because even Dabo said that, some of the downsides to him were he wasn't 100% every single play. So if that's what you're going to say, fine. That's a legitimate concern for Myles Murphy, right? He didn't give 100% every single play. Okay, if you say that, that's fine. But when you start attacking this dude because he's got an engineering degree and he comes from a 2-parent home, get out of here, dude. I don't want to hear that shit. That's absolutely ridiculous. You're being ridiculous right now. Nobody wants to hear that.
Oh, the Lions traded their pick to Arizona.
Okay. All right. Lions traded pick to Arizona. Pick number 6. Who's this going to be? Jordan? Pick number 6.
I think it's going to be it might be Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter? You think so? Paris Johnson Jr.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Offensive tackle.
Yeah, all right.
There we go.
Wasn't sure he was going to get. I wasn't sure if he was going to get into the top 10. So that's interesting. Okay.
Pick number 6, man. Paris Johnson Jr. There we go. They gotta protect Kyler Murray, I guess. So that's a big dude right there, man. That is a big individual. That is a big individual right there.
Honestly, he's not even my favorite Ohio State tackle. I mean, DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
Ohio State right tackle. He's like 6'7", like 3. but he's like 6'7", 350, but he moves like he moves like he's 250 pounds.
Right.
And he's a tank. He just mauls people. I'm a huge DeJuan Jones guy. What's up, Byron Davis? Good to see you, man. He says, "What's up? What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late, but always watch the show. I appreciate you guys. Love the show. Y'all have the best Clemson show. Just wanted y'all to know that. Go Tigers!" Thank you, Byron. Don't apologize. We moved the show up. We moved the show up an hour earlier. Today. So the decision was made today. And
thank you, Byron. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate the shout out. Thank you for being a loyal subscriber, a loyal watcher to the show. We really do appreciate it, man. Shout out to you. The show would not be anything without you guys in the comment section right now. So make no mistake about it, whether you agree with us, disagree with us, whether we're going back and forth with you guys or not, you guys in the comment section, you guys make the show. Look, otherwise, me and Jordan would just be sitting here talking to ourselves, and we could do that over a phone call. So we appreciate you guys showing up, showing out, and getting into the comment section. Hit that like button for us. If you have not already, please hit that like button for us. Share this video out to any groups that you are a part of. We are almost to what is it? 4.4? 3.4? What is it?
Oh, I forgot. We are at
what are we at for
4.4?
4.4 thousand subscribers. That's pretty awesome. And that is all due to you guys in the comment section. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Raiders are on the clock with pick 7. Raiders are on the clock with pick 7. We'll see who they select. There is yet to be a Clemson player off the board so far.
Yeah, I didn't expect any. I didn't expect any of them to be off the board. This early.
I didn't either. So, top guys on the board is Jalen Carter, Will Levis, Bijan Johnson, Christian Gonzalez, and Peter Trokowski. So we'll see who's taken next by the Raiders. Who do you think the Raiders are taking?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. The Raiders are honestly when the Raiders are up on the clock in any NFL draft, I never really know what they're going to do because they never know crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, now that Gruden's not there, maybe it's they actually.
Well, their GM got fired too, right? They got a new GM now.
I think so.
Yeah. So, how stressful is it for these guys sitting here? You know the guys that go to the draft and they sit in the green room and the guys they're showing right now on screen, like Christian Gonzalez they just showed on screen, right? How stressful must it be to be those guys just sitting there, just wondering when you're going to be picked?
Well, typically the guys they invite are the guys they feel pretty confident are going to get picked. But
they feel pretty confident, but like these dudes, I mean, you hear a lot of things from a lot of different teams when you're these guys.
Yeah.
And, a lot of these guys have seen the teams that said things to them that have come and gone, and now they're still not selected. So it's got to be tough. To be in that green room right now. I know it's only pick 7, but, some of those guys have got to be disappointed right now, right? Because they got told by teams that have already selected players that they were going to be the guy, right? I mean, that's got to be the case every year, right?
Oh, yeah. It happens for sure.
I mean, I would think. I don't know for sure, but I would definitely think that you'd have heard things from other teams, and then you know they don't come to fruition, and suddenly you're sitting in the green room and it's pick 7, and you're like, dang, bro, who's gonna pick me? Where am I going? Blah 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 blah. Right? So
Go Tiger says Raiders should take Levis to sit behind Jimmy G. I could see it.
maybe.
I'm not a huge Will Levis guy, but really, it
I'm
seems like
not a
not
huge
a lot
Will
of
Levis
people.
guy either. I don't know how he got so much love. Honestly, I don't know how Anthony Richardson got so much love. I know he performed well um, in the combine and all that kind of stuff, and I get it. It's super attractive to NFL teams when you can run fast and you can throw far and you can do things like that. But looking at his college career and his inability to complete passes, I mean, how do you select a guy like that high in the draft? I don't know. But then again, dudes that balled out in college got selected really high in the draft and didn't work out. So, right? I guess it goes both ways sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows, right? So what do I know? I'm not an NFL GM. I don't know anything about it. So I've never.
Big Low says the Raiders take a safety or a corner. Well, well, there they go. I was looking at the team needs. I'm not as familiar with their roster, so I don't know what they need. But
Yeah,
they say first is corner, and then second is quarterback. So
there we go.
that
Okay, here comes the pick. Roger Goodell's walking out right now. Pick is in for the Raiders. Who's it gonna be? Tyreek Wilson, Texas
okay,
Tech defensive end.
interesting. I'm not a huge Tyree Wilson guy, but
Hmm. I don't know about that, man.
I
That's
I guess I mean I don't. They I guess they really needed pass rush, but 86-inch wingspan is pretty impressive. So
that is pretty impressive.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that pick though.
Yeah,
I don't think it makes much sense.
that seems a little hot. Who okay, so
Yeah, Bigelow, Cleveland Farrell replacement. I hope Cleveland does well. I think where is he at? San Francisco now. They've
yeah.
done a good job of rehabilitating careers at edge. So
What do you think Cleveland Farrell's problem was at the Raiders? What do you think that was?
I don't. I mean,
I
for
mean,
what they
because he
wanted.
was he was selected 4th overall. So what do you think the issue was there?
Well, he never should have been picked fourth overall. I mean, that was
Facts.
even at the time, people were highly criticizing the pick because he was not seen as a top 10 pick. I mean, most people thought he was going to be. They thought he was going to be in the top. I mean, maybe a late first, but no one expected him to go that early. So that was a reach from the beginning. But I think for what they asked him to do, I mean, they wanted him to. They didn't really let him be a pass rusher. He's. So I don't know. We'll see. I think he's great when he's just allowed to play free. But if you're asking him to set the edge and play a lot of run defense, be like a 5 tech and doing all of that, I don't know. I don't think
You
that's
think?
his thing.
Do you think it was a scheme at the Raiders at Las Vegas?
Partially, but it could just be that he's not. I mean, I think it's part of it, and I think just he's not as toolsy as some of the other Clemson defensive ends that have come out, and so I think that really hurt him, as far as transitioning to the league. So, but hopefully, I'm still rooting for him. Great. I mean,
what do you think is all the bus talk with Clemson defensive ends, the edge rushers, talking about Clemson pampers players. They make excuses for players. Their players are quote unquote entitled, and all of this stuff. Like, what do you make of that? From that, like, look, I know it was a particular NFL scout that was probably, I don't know, scorned. Like, maybe he don't like Dabo Swinney. Maybe Dabo Swinney didn't shake his hand or give him an autograph or whatever. I don't know what this dude has against Dabo Swinney, but he clearly does not like Dabo Swinney. He came out and spoke drastic things against him. But he said they make excuses for players. They let players get away with stuff. They pamper players. Their players are entitled. That wouldn't be anything that I would associate with Clemson players as a Clemson fan, as I know Clemson football. So what are your kind of thoughts on that while we're at a commercial break?
I don't know, man. I don't know where all of that stuff comes from. I mean, I think some of the anecdotal, stuff about, the defensive ends bust. I mean, it's sure there have been Clemson defensive end busts. I mean, go back to, Kevin Dodd and Vic. I mean, Vic Beasley had a really good, phenomenal first 2 years in the league, and then, for whatever reason, completely dropped off a map. So, I mean, I don't know. Vic Beasley was an interesting case, but then, I mean, you think about guys like Gaines Adams, who, he was the 4th overall pick, but he died 4 years into his career. I'm sure he didn't live up to his draft pick, I guess, but that's because he wasn't living. And it's stuff like that. And you're just like, and that's kind of where I guess the stigma comes from, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't see it as like a trend or anything or something that's anything related to Clemson. I think it's correlation, not causation, for sure.
Right.
So, but I don't know. I don't put too much stock into it. If you draft the player, not the school. So I mean, if you like a guy, I don't care what school he came from. Especially if you're trying to make a trend over multiple coaching staffs, I think that's silly. I don't really care.
I felt like that whole article was like a personal attack against Dabo Swinney in particular. Yeah. Like, I don't know that scout's relationship or who he is with Dabo Swinney, but clearly he has a personal vendetta against Dabo Swinney. He said he was full of sugar honey iced tea. He said he was a guy that just hyped dudes up. But I feel like that's a head coach's job, right? Heading into the draft. Isn't that what you should do for your players? Is hype them up to NFL teams? What else are you supposed to do? Are you just supposed to be like, oh, no, my guys are a bunch of bums? I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Best available: Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter, Christian Gonzalez, Peter Skoronski.
Yeah,
I didn't read the
5th. Falcons pick is in. We'll see who they pick here in a moment. But let's see who it's going to be.
Oh, they're doing Bigelow says Bijan goes where? Falcons. Well, it won't be at It won't be at pick 8. But Bijan Robinson is as good of a running back prospect that's come out in a really long.
Yeah, Bijan Robinson is a dude.
Mid to late first.
He's definitely going to be the first running back off the board. But NFL teams don't value running backs like they used to. Okay, here we go with the Atlanta Falcons selection. Who's it going to be? Let's see.
Oh my God, it was Bijan Robinson. Well, there I go. Well, there you go. I put my foot in my mouth. Man, when's the last time a running back's been picked in the top 10?
That's crazy. Bijan Robinson to
I think
the Atlanta
Saquon was
Falcons.
top 10. What was Saquon Barkley top 10? I think he was.
Yeah, he was. He was top 10 for sure.
I think he's got to be the last one.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he was second overall back in 2018. I don't think there's been a running back taken in the top 10 since. I'm gonna fact check that though. See, 2018 obviously that was Saquon. 2019, nope.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see.
2020, nope. I know 2021. There were two running backs taken in the first round that in 2021, Najee Harris and Travis Etienne.
Yeah. Big Load says, as a Clemson fan, I do agree with it a bit on our players being less aggressive. Look, at the Carolina game last year, better team up 14 got punched in the mouth and couldn't recover. No fights.
Well, that was this past season. I mean, they're making a
yeah, they're making like a blanket statement
over like multiple years, like
yeah.
I mean,
even
going back to
yeah.
So I agree that this year was not a strong year for the Clemson defense, and they definitely played pretty soft at times. But I don't think that's been a trend. You lose a guy like Brent Venables, and the intensity changes, and it was kind of a different vibe. And that's Wes Goodwin is, I think he's learning. I feel like he knows that he needs to kind of get more out of his guys, and he just from listening to him in interviews, it seems like he took last year pretty hard and personally, and I think he's working to do better, because I think he's going to have the guys for sure. I think this defense is still going to be really good, but yeah, not having Brent Venables, just that presence, the guy that's going to hold you accountable, knows what he's doing, is fiery and intense, and is able to instill that same energy in his players. That's not something that you pick up unless you already have it in you. It's not something you just pick up immediately. No. That's something you have to develop. And Brent Venables, obviously he even before he came to Clemson, he had been a defensive coordinator for over a decade, and won national championship, and was under two really great coaches in Bill Snyder and Bob Stoops. So that's something you don't pick up. Wes Goodwin obviously has never called plays before, never been a position coach before. And so he was kind of thrown into the fire last year. He had his moments where he was good, and you kind of saw the identity and what he wants to be on defense. But just as far as getting the most out of his guys, that was lacking, especially obviously in the games they lost, but even a lot of the games they won. So
absolutely.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Look,
you can talk the talk in the off season, but you got to show it on the field, and he's definitely got to prove it this season for sure. Eagles pick is in.
Yep, Eagles pick is in. I'm a little bit behind you, so.
Barkley was like second. Yeah. There's not many running backs that go top 10. I think Todd Gurley went top 10, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think he did, or close to it. But yeah, there's not many. I mean, and especially as we've gone on, yeah, he was picked 10 in 2015. So, but there's not that many guys that are worth at running back at least in just as far as positional value. There's just not that many guys that are worth spending that high of a draft pick on. So, but that speaks to how good Bijan Robinson really is.
Yeah, like the dude is a beast, man.
Jalen Carter to the Eagles would be great. I mean, why would they? I mean, they already have Jordan Davis. Good Lord. I mean, the Eagles defensive line is already pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty stout already. I don't know if they need that, but
they took Jalen Carter?
did they?
Well, the Go Tigers said they did. I know we're behind, so.
Okay. Maybe we're about to see it right here. You tell me.
Yeah, I don't. He must be. Yeah, he must have.
You're ahead of me. He must be on cable.
Yeah.
He got that high class stuff. We over here on streaming.
Yeah, Goodell is just saying it.
Oh, here he goes. Goodell's walking up right now for me. Eagles pick us in.
Well, there it is.
With the 9th pick, Jalen Carter. There we go. They did. They selected Jalen Carter. Okay. That's a nasty defensive line, man.
Yeah.
That's a nasty defensive line, dude.
Let me see. Byron says, I meant to say that we always have defensive players in the draft. I think it's just another stab at Dabo. People don't like him. He does hype the players up when they get picked and they see something. Yeah. I agree.
At the end of the day, isn't that a head coach's job? I mean, I don't look. I know this.
Oh, they're being live tweeted out by On Three. Oh, okay, yeah.
They're being live tweeted.
Yeah, the people that are actually at the ceremony are going to get it before anybody else, and people that live tweet for sure. In our players, hold on. They see something in our players, no matter what, are they, or they wouldn't pick them. I think they have been some that shouldn't have been picked that didn't. That should have been picked but did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I agree. John said, Carter's off the field stuff is probably a plus for Eagles fans. Yeah.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Come on, John Sari.
They're an interesting, but John is from up north.
Okay.
He's told me before.
Is John an Eagles fan? John,
no, I don't think he's an Eagles fan, but I know he's from up north. Well, he lives up north currently.
Yeah. Someone died. Who are you talking about, Big Lord?
He's talking. I think he's talking about the Jalen Carter thing, the accident.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay. The racing accident after the national championship. Yeah.
We're not laughing at that. We're laughing at the Eagles fans' comment.
No, yeah, absolutely not. I'm not laughing at someone dying from a car accident. 100% not. Good for him, man. I didn't know if Jalen Carter would go top 10. I didn't think he would, but good for him.
I don't have an NFL team, but live in New England. Only pro team I get geeked for is the Braves. Go Braves, go Strider. Yeah. Streeter. Definitely not Streeter. No, Strider's killing it right now. I think he had 9 Ks the other night.
Yeah.
Really good. I mean, he's been phenomenal.
Yo, that dude's been killing it, man.
Yeah.
Killing it. Killing it.
He's definitely one of the best young starters in the league for sure.
That dude is something serious, man.
I mean,
he's doing Clemson baseball proud right there, man.
Damn right.
He's doing Clemson baseball proud. And Clemson softball. Speaking of, we got a big series with Virginia Tech this weekend.
Yep.
I know Florida State softball swept them last weekend, I think, and hopefully Clemson softball sweeps them this weekend. Hopefully we can, in the ACC championship or the ACC tournament, hopefully Clemson can get the Florida State softball monkey off our back, if you will, in the ACC softball tournament, because we definitely need to make that happen. We have not beat Florida State softball at all in our entire existence. We have not beat Florida State softball. So they kind of been the gatekeepers of ACC softball, and we need to get that monkey off our back, of course, when it comes to Clemson softball.
At this rate, when will the first Tiger come off the board? Yeah, I don't think. I don't think any of them come off the board before 15. I think it's going to be Murphy and Brzee, and then, Simpson is. I think there's a chance, but I don't expect it.
I still think we're getting 3 off the board in the first round. I'm still holding out. Still holding out hope, Jordan. I'm still holding out hope for 3 Clemson players off the board. And Miles Murphy, Brian Brzee, those 2 are definite. Those dudes are definitely getting off the board in the first round. And I hope for Trenton Simpson's sake that he gets off the board as well in the first round. Maybe he goes last pick in the first round to the Chiefs. Who knows, right?
That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Oh, Darnell Wright, Tennessee.
Big Low says, I think Brzee goes before Murphy. Trenton Simpson may jump both and be selected. Okay.
I don't see. I could see Brzee going before Murphy, but I don't think Trenton Simpson.
I can definitely see your first prediction, like Brzee going before Murphy, but I don't know about Trenton Simpson going before both of them. That would be crazy. I'd be happy for him. No doubt about it. But the Bears select Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle from Tennessee.
And my Titans are up. Let's see what they do.
Who you think your Titans are taking here, man?
At this point, I don't have much faith in.
Come on, Jordan. You know your Titans.
I don't have much faith in our front office. We just. I mean, after the AJ Brown trade last year, I've just been. Yeah. And it's not. I don't dislike Traylon Burks, but I'm just like you go and watch. You go and watch. Man, I had a brain fart. You go and watch AJ Brown playing in the Super Bowl the year you trade him. It's frustrating for sure. And he was. Yeah. I mean, the Titans don't have a very long history of really great receivers. I mean, he's the best that's played. Since we had Randy Moss for 5 minutes. That was.
Y'all did have Randy Moss for 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, he played like 2 games. So I think he caught 1 touchdown pass. It was a long time ago. But yeah, that's about the peak as far as like the most talented receivers that have played for the Titans in like the last 15 years. So, it's just, you got to go back to, like Kevin Dyson and guys like that.
Yeah.
They don't have a long history, and they also don't have a long history of quarterbacks. So, if the big load, the Titans take Levis, oh God.
You think the Titans take Levis?
No, I don't think so.
Who's your quarterback right now?
Ryan Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill. I mean, they could take Levis.
I don't think so.
Would that be a terrible pick?
I wouldn't like. I mean, I think it'd be a terrible pick, but I'm not a Will Levis guy.
Who would you pick if you were the Titans right now?
I'd rather just wait. If you, I don't want to. I mean, you can either trade back or we need offensive tackle badly, because what's his face that we had starting at left tackle last year was horrendous. So we need that badly.
Yeah.
What if buildings could tell you how they could be more efficient? So with IBM, you can use software to help you connect and analyze data from HVAC to elevators to lights.
When we use AI-driven insights to pinpoint inefficiency.
Yep, and act on it. Saving energy.
Oh, don't spoil the. So they did take offensive tackle. Okay.
Who'd they take?
Yes, Peter Skoronski. Okay, that's a great pick.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'm way behind then. If they're already getting,
I only know
they're already getting that
Ghostwriters
pick.
put it in
I'm still in a commercial break, so I'm way.
I'm in a commercial break too. I'm like, so whoever he must be just refreshing Twitter.
Good Lord. Killing us. I'm still in a commercial break, so.
But you want to talk about? We haven't talked about DJ's comment, so you want to brush on that real quick while we're in.
Yeah, let's. I was actually going to say it. So, I know a lot has been made over the DJ Uiagalelei comments. He had his spring game at Oregon State, and he talked about the scheme. He talked about the scheme at Clemson and it being too simple. He said, hold on. Hold on one second. Let me stop my camera and I will bring up the article that
Do you have to stop your camera to bring up the article, or?
I do, because look here. I'm working with minimal things here. Okay.
Okay.
I'm doing my best.
Does it make it load slower and?
Yes. Yeah. It'll make it skip around if I don't.
Right.
So here's the article here. Former Clemson quarterback DJ Uiagalelei made headlines Sunday in a candid interview with the Athletic Bruce Feldman, detailing his unhappiness in the Tigers' offense he called basic. The former five-star exposed frustrations with Clemson's stale scheme and believed the Tigers' coaching staff, from head coach Dabo Swinney to his former offensive coordinator Brandon Streeter, did not trust him by the end. I didn't want to do what I was doing at Clemson, Uiagalelei detailed, and why he transferred to Oregon State after 3 seasons with the Tigers. I didn't really like what we did scheme-wise. It was very basic. It didn't help me as a quarterback and play to my strengths. I wanted to go somewhere that would play to my strengths and go somewhere that would develop me for the NFL. Play action, work under center, throwing the ball deep. This has has been definitely different. The scheme is totally different than we were doing at Clemson. I feel it's a lot better. Uiagalelei added. It's just new stuff. I wasn't doing any of this run checks at the line. It wasn't really under center. It's a lot more plays. All of these different plays, play action plays, these different 2-man routes, 3-man routes, all of this stuff. That's what I want to do at Clemson, but we weren't doing it. It's exciting. I'm just taking it day by day. Uiagalelei first flashed as a freshman when he started in place of injured Trevor Lawrence against Notre Dame, but his sophomore season was a real struggle. 9 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and he admitted to contemplating a transfer then. Although he was better in 2022, DJ Uiagalelei was still a lightning rod for criticism within some ill-advised turnovers and continued accuracy issues. Just 61% completion percentage in the past season. He was benched twice for 5-star freshman Cade Klubnik, including in the ACC championship game. You can feel that lack of confidence from coaches as a player, he detailed to Feldman. Sometimes how they call plays, like calling plays scared, timid, not opening it up 100% because they don't trust the quarterback. I felt that definitely at times. For the quarterback, that is tough. Like, man, they don't trust you. They're saying, yeah, we trust you, but their actions don't show it. And it's not just me who sees it. All other players see it as well. Man, aren't we throwing? Why aren't we throwing the ball? It's wide open. It's tough. Uiagalelei has found a new home in Corvallis, and his time working with the Beavers head coach Jonathan Smith seems to be a fresh start he was looking for. He's not guaranteed a starting job at Oregon State, though he enters the summer in a 3-way battle there. In a day and age where so many athletes are reluctant to honestly and openness, DJ Uiagalelei's comments were refreshing. They were full of some irony too. Many of Uiagalelei's comments confirm that many in college and pro football have thought for years about Clemson's offense, that the other world talents of Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence masked the scheme that more and more antiquated each fall since Chad Morris left. The Tigers often have been too clunky and glummy despite their superstar quarterbacks and factory of former first-round receivers and tailbacks. Uiagalelei committed to the Tigers program knowing that this was a scheme, so there's at least a whiff on the lack of self-awareness here too.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Did not expect that one. That's 2 running backs in the top 15 picks.
But his blunt comments aren't wrong or misguided, and were known that because Dabo Swinney finally came to the same conclusion this offseason, obviously by hiring Garrett Riley, right? So Garrett Riley was hired this offseason. Dabo Swinney obviously agreed that the Clemson offense needed an overhaul. It's kind of been something that Clemson fans have been saying for quite some time, that our offense has been stale. We've been kind of running the same thing, and defense has kind of figured it out. What are your thoughts on DJ U's comments when it comes to the Clemson offense and what he thought was going on in Clemson?
Well, I mean, He didn't say anything that was wrong. That's for sure.
No, he spoke straight facts. He spoke straight facts.
It was interesting reading it because obviously there was a lot made about DJ, and he took the fall for a lot of issues within the Clemson offense, and it clearly wasn't just him.
Yeah.
And so he aired that out, and he made sure that it was known that it wasn't all him. And so, while he didn't say anything wrong, I had mixed feelings reading it because I agree 100% with everything he said. I don't think there's anything that he said that was wrong. The offense,
Okay.
the scheme was stale. That's something that we've been clamoring about for years. The coaching staff didn't do a good job developing him. All of that. I do think my only issue was it seemed didn't seem to be a ton of personal responsibility when he was talking about all of that, because he says the offense was basic and that they couldn't trust him, but there was a reason why they didn't trust him, and so I think there was there was plenty of blame to go around as far as why the offense wasn't as prolific. Whether it was the personnel wasn't as good as it's been in years past. The coaching staff did not do a good job, and it was also just DJ did not, play well a lot of times. I mean, there's only so much coaching that can be done when you're, skipping, 5-yard, hitch routes. So, it's stuff like that. When they, when I was like, well, you didn't really mention how, even the basic stuff you were doing, you couldn't be trusted to complete. But at the end of the day, I think, his comments were, they were correct. And so I don't have much issue with it. I just wish he had taken a little bit more personal responsibility mixed in there, while also, because he was pretty harsh to the coaching staff, but and for a group of guys that really, especially Dabo and Streeter, that came to his defense in the media countless times, and fervently and with a lot of conviction. I kind of wish he had taken some personal responsibility in this article. I mean, he did while he was at Clemson and talking to the media, but it seemed like just that once he got out of the the footprint of Clemson, he kind of it seemed like all of that went out the window. But at the end of the day, I don't have ill will, and I don't have negative feelings toward DJ.
Not at all.
And I think it is pretty eye-opening as far as, what his mindset was, and kind of what his experiences were last season, and just going through that. And it confirmed a lot of things that we had already thought about the offense. And I mean, if we needed any more confirmation, I mean, I think Dabo firing Brandon Streeter and hiring Garrett Riley was evidence enough that it was clearly beyond just a quarterback problem or a wide receiver problem. It was a whole the whole operation wasn't right. So, but yeah, I mean, what did you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. Clearly, there was a problem with Clemson's offense, and that has been confirmed with Dabo Swinney's change at the offensive coordinator position, right? He fired Brandon Streeter. He brought in Garrett Riley. He obviously acknowledged the fact that there was a serious problem with this Clemson offense. It's been a problem for quite a few years, right? It started with the last year that what's his name? Oh my goodness, Virginia.
Oh, Tony Elliott.
Tony. So it started with the last year of Tony Elliott. And then it just exacerbated into Brandon Streeter. Brandon Streeter's offense was just a continuation of what Tony Elliott's offense was. Tony Elliott's offense was just a continuation of what, Chad Morris's offense was. It kind of evolved into that's what Clemson's offense was. And at the end of the day, if he didn't think he could fit into the Clemson offense, if he thought that Clemson was going to completely change their scheme for him, then he was sadly mistaken. And I don't think any Clemson coach told him that he would be the focal point of the offense, that the offense would change in any way based off of his skill set. The Clemson offense was the Clemson offense. So he came knowing what the Clemson offense was. So the issue that I had with DJ Uiagalelei's comments was that what you said, there was a lack of personal responsibility from him in his culpability in what went wrong with the Clemson offense. He could not complete simple passes in the Clemson offense. He can say all day that, oh, the scheme was simple and the scheme didn't fit my playing style and the scheme was blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, when you can't complete a 5-yard out route, what are we supposed to do with that? Is the coaching staff supposed to believe in you when you can't complete a 5-yard out route? Is the coaching staff supposed to believe in you when you can't complete a screen pass, when you throw it into the dirt behind the line of scrimmage, 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage? What is the coaching staff supposed to do with that, DJ? At the end of the day, look, you have to make the coaching staff believe in you. And if they don't believe in you, then clearly there's something wrong with you, because they believed in Deshaun Watson. They believed in Trevor Lawrence. They believed in, I mean, look what Taj Boyd did. Look what Deshaun Watson did. Look what Kelly Bryant did. Look what Trevor Lawrence did in this offense. So, yes, was this offense getting more and more antiquated year by year in college football? Yes, I do agree with that. This Clemson offense currently needs an overhaul, which is why Dabo Swinney brought in a Garrett Riley. However, DJ, there is some personal responsibility that you need to take, because you could not complete the simple passes that are required in an offense. So, do I think that DJ's skill set was fully taken advantage of in the Clemson offense? No, I do not. I don't think DJ was ever the quarterback for Clemson. I think the type of Clemson offense that they run is not suited to DJ's skill set. However, he should have realized that coming out of high school. His parents should have realized that. Clemson staff should have realized that, right? So there's a lot of checks and balances here that failed. However, he needs to take some personal responsibility for what he failed to do in this Clemson offense. He had zero confidence. This guy threw screen balls in the dirt time and time again at Clemson. So my problem is that DJ Uiagalelei needs to take some personal responsibility for his lack of consistency at Clemson. The reason that the coaching staff didn't believe in you, DJ, is because you didn't inspire any belief in them. You couldn't make the simple passes, so why would they believe in you in order to open up the playbook? And he talks about throwing the ball downfield. Clemson throws the ball downfield 20-plus yard passes 75% of the time. And then the school that he goes to only does that 40% of the time. So you talk about wanting to throw the ball downfield, but they do it far less than Clemson did, and you couldn't do it at Clemson. So why would you be able to do it at Oregon State? And I'm not saying he won't be successful. I wish DJ Uiagalelei the best. I hope he succeeds. I hope he turns himself into an amazing NFL prospect. I really do. However, you got to take some personal responsibility, DJ. You got to look within. You got to say, hey, what did I do wrong? What did I do in order for all these Clemson coaches not to believe in me. Because I think the offensive staff at Clemson was handcuffed by DJ's inability to make these simple passes. And yes, was there a problem at Clemson with their offensive scheme? Of course. We've stated it numerous times on this channel. We said there needed to be a change at offensive coordinator. And there has been a change. However, DJ has to take some self-responsibility for his issues when it came to the Clemson offense, because he contributed greatly to the lack of success when it came to the Clemson offense. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. But you know, at the end of the day, we'll see how it plays out at Oregon State. He still has to prove that. So,
do you think will he be the starter at Oregon State? Because
I'm not sure.
I thought he like full transparency. I thought DJ was 100% the starter when he went to Oregon State. But coming out of the spring game, I've heard a lot of people talk, and they're like, it's a three-way battle, blah, 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 blah. He may not be the starter. Is he going to be the starter come fall for Oregon State?
I think eventually he will be, but I don't know. I mean, coming out of the spring game, I mean, Aiden Childs looked really good. He probably had the best play of the freshman quarterback that they have.
Right.
He probably had the play of the day. He looks like he's going to be really, really good. But I don't know. We'll see. But he's still got to. But at the end of the day, he's got to go out and prove it. And so I wish the best for him. But yeah, at this point, I think we should just leave it at that.
It is what it is, right?
Talking about DJ is for this long is at this point.
It doesn't affect Clemson football any way at this point. So I agree. It doesn't matter at this point. But I do wish DJ the best. I hope he has an amazing season over at Oregon State. But Clemson's moving on. We got Cade Klubnik. I think he is the quarterback of the future. I think he's going to go down as an amazing Clemson quarterback. And I can't wait to see what he does this season.
All right. Steelers took Broderick Jones out of Georgia.
Okay.
I like that pick. It's a good pick.
Yes. Jets are on the board right now, right? 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. Are they gonna take a receiver for Aaron Rodgers?
They already had Garrett Wilson, and they might. I don't know. We'll see. They might. They might get Jackson Smith and Jigba. Who knows?
Ooh.
Let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Yeah, I don't want to pick any more DJ comments because at this point I'm done talking about DJ.
I'm done talking about DJ. Look here, let's don't talk about DJ anymore on this channel.
Yeah, unless it's something relevant. But
unless it's something relevant to Clemson football, we're not going to talk about DJ anymore on this channel. Yeah. You've said your piece. I've said my piece. We're done with the DJ talk, at least on this channel.
Yeah.
With me and Jordan Bowman.
Because at this point, it's like conference realignment and the transfer portal and all that. Yeah, we've beaten it to death.
Look,
all right.
Clemson's never going to be the ACC again. Whatever. DJ, blah 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 blah. Whatever, man. Nobody cares. It is.
All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Speaking of not being, Cade hasn't popped yet. I mean,
what do you mean?
He's played like 2 games, and he started 1 game, and okay. I guess. I mean, he looked really played what he played well in the ACC championship game. I mean,
Big Load. Can you clarify? Not popped yet. What do you mean by that? Just curious. I'm not attacking you in any way. I'm just like, what do you mean by he hasn't popped yet? I'm just curious about what you mean by that.
Let me see what he said later.
Yeah, we'll see what he says. I'm just curious what he means by he hasn't popped yet.
North Carolina is bad. I love my Tigers, but Cade isn't it. We're in trouble. Okay. Bama brought in a transfer quarterback after their spring game. They knew it was getting ugly. Yeah. This seems. Hey, listen, I'm not. Respectfully, I disagree. I'm not going to slam you, but
okay. First of all, Bama brought in a QB from Notre Dame. That was a failed backup Notre Dame quarterback. So look here. If you're comparing K. Klubnik to a failed backup quarterback from Notre Dame, I don't even know what we're talking about right now. And no disrespect, I don't even know what we're talking about right now. I mean, that dude is not even in the same galaxy as a K. Klubnik. Do these people know what K. Klubnik did in high school football? And granted, I know it's high school football, but it was Texas high school football at the highest league in Texas high school football, where he didn't lose a game. So, look, I don't even know what we're talking about right now.
I mean, listen, I get that, Cade hasn't proven himself for sure.
No,
but, I mean,
of course not.
There's not nearly enough of a sample size to say that he isn't the same. Listen, and here, ironically, I said we weren't going to talk about DJ anymore, but I'm going to use him as an example because of the opposite of what you're. DJ was exactly what you're expecting Cade to have been. He comes in and balls out as a freshman, and everyone thinks he's going to be great, and then obviously we know how that turned out. So, and Cade has had really good moments, and then he also struggled. So I mean, it's never, you can never judge a quarterback off of the couple of games they've played until you need a full sample size. I mean, first of all, it's a new offense. They went through the entire spring with a lot of scholarship wide receivers out. I don't think the spring game performance is necessarily what indicative of what we're going to get in the fall. There's still a lot of you still have the summer, and then you have fall camp to go through when you have more of your guys back, and the team really starts to coalesce into what we're going to see that on the actual field. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I think this is kind of alarmist, and comparing this situation to Bama is, I don't see how Tyler Buchner is any better than Cade. I mean, when he's played, he hasn't looked good at all, and Tyler. Honestly, I think his best moment, even in the bowl game against South Carolina, a South Carolina team that had 1 million defensive backs out, by the way, and when I'm making excuses for South Carolina, it's bad, but they had a ton of defensive backs out, and Tyler Buchner still threw 3 interceptions, and 2 of them were went for touchdowns. I mean, he put up numbers against a JV defense. I mean, so
look,
if
Tyler,
you think North Carolina's defense was bad, I mean, think about how bad South Carolina's was. When they had none of their starters in. I mean, and he looked worse. Buchner looked worse. I think he was under 40, under 50% completion percentage. He just hit some big plays because you're going to hit big plays against a team that has no defensive backs. So I'm not. I think this seems kind of alarmist, and but
look no further than Notre Dame fans not being upset that Tyler Buchner is gone.
No, they're not upset at all.
They're not upset at all.
A lot of them don't like him. So
if the team that the quarterback is leaving is not upset about him leaving, it's probably because he's not very good.
Either he's not very good, or they have a really, really, they already have a really, really good guy, and they're not going to miss him. So,
yeah. But
sometimes it's both.
Does Notre Dame have a Trevor Lawrence?
No, but they have Sam Hartman.
They have Sam Hartman. And
I'd definitely rather have Sam Hartman than Tyler Buchner. So
for sure. But I'm just saying, if a team is not upset about losing a quarterback, it's probably because that quarterback's not very good. Yeah. I'm just saying. Look at the quarterbacks that Alabama had in their spring game. Look at how much they struggled.
And all of those guys were highly recruited guys too. Ty Simpson was Clemson's first choice in the same class that Cade was in. And when he picked Bama, they pivoted over to Cade. And Cade has shown way more at this level than even with the short sample size. Cade has shown more than Ty Simpson. So
guess what? At one point, DJ Uiagalelei was rated over the guy that went what is it, number 1 overall in this NFL draft.
Yeah,
that's weird. How'd that happen?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying.
But we'll see.
I don't know everything. I haven't watched a Clemson game ever, so it is what it is. But I'm just saying. Notre Dame is not worried about losing a Buckner. So I think that says a lot. The Jets pick is in. Pick number 15. Who's this going to be? Look at this little kid.
Will McDonald.
Who is this kid?
Iowa State. He's really good. He's good. I'm
talking about the kid with
the pick. I don't know. I wasn't listening. I don't know who. I have no idea who that is.
I can't hear him, but this kid is amped up. This dude is.
He's hyping him up. Let me see. Ohio State lost Burrow, Georgia with Fields, and fans didn't care. I mean, yeah, you can list the exceptions to the rule, but
okay,
more often than not,
we're gonna go to Justin Fields and Joe Burrow. Really? That's what we're going to go to?
And to be fair, especially in the Joe Burrow case.
So you're saying Buckner is on a level with Joe Burrow. And come on, man. Stop it, dude. Stop it.
Well, I'm just saying that especially in Joe Burrow's case, Ohio State, Joe Burrow turned out to be great, but it was, they picked him. Joe Burrow left because Dwayne Haskins was there.
Did anybody see
phenomenal.
Did anybody see Joe Burrow's first season at LSU?
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah. Go back and look at Joe Burrow's numbers. Season 1 at LSU as a starting quarterback. Yeah, everybody go back and look at that. Everybody wants to talk about the 2019 season where LSU literally ran through college football and destroyed Clemson in the national title game. And look, that's great. With Joe Brady and all that other nonsense that was going on. And they were, the greatest offensive team ever created in college football. But nobody wants to talk about Joe Burrow's numbers when he first got to LSU. Nobody wants to talk about Joe Burrow's numbers when he was at Ohio State, right? They want to talk about Joe Burrow's numbers in 2019. One season in college football. Now, if you want to call it the greatest season in college football ever, sure, whatever. If that's what you want to call it, cool. I'm cool with it. However, look at all the rest of the seasons. We can't ignore everything and just cherry pick what we want to. It's got to be everything. Come on, guys.
Crazy no wide receiver picks yet? No, I don't think so. This wide receiver class isn't very good.
Yeah, it's not very good at all.
I don't love it at all. I'm a huge. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think he's probably he's probably the safest pick. But I'm a huge.
But he's super. He's been injury prone his entire college football career. So
yeah, but But even then, I think he's going to be a really productive. I think he's the most likely to be a a really productive, consistent.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Receiver.
He's going to be a good wide receiver in the NFL.
My favorite receiver is Zay Flowers by far. I love Zay Flowers, but and then beyond that, it's kind of you got Quentin Johnson and Jordan Addison and Jalen Hyatt. But
hold on. I'm glad you said that. Is it just me, or is Zay Flowers being slept on because he was at Boston College?
I don't think he's being slept on. I think he did while he was playing, but I think during the draft process, I think people have realized how good Zay Flowers is. But
I still think Zay Flowers is being slept on, man. I still think Zay Flowers is being slept on, man. That dude is for real, man.
Yeah.
Like I think that guy's made of the right stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah. And he could have transferred last year. I mean, there were so many. They were tampering with him. There were schools. I mean, he even said as much. It was like,
honestly,
he was getting tons of offers.
Honestly,
money.
If I needed a wide receiver, I'd pick him first.
I would too. I would too. I mean,
I'd pick Zay Flowers first.
He's gotten the Antonio Brown. Comparisons, and I see it for sure. But
if I was an NFL team and I needed a wide receiver, I'd pick Zay Flowers first.
Yeah.
Over any other receiver in this class. That's just me.
Let's see. But beyond that, I don't love it. I mean, Quentin Johnson's really. I like Quentin Johnson, okay, but he's probably the closest guy to like a. He's got real. The thing with Quentin Johnson is like he's not as physical as you would like for a guy his size, and I don't know why that is, but he doesn't really, like just bully guys for the ball. And with a guy with his like frame and his height and size and frame, you would expect him to be better at that. But I think he's good at everything. He's pretty good at everything else.
Yeah. No, for sure.
But let me see. Recruiting wise, opinions on KJ Bolden and Mike Matthews. KJ Bolden still really that one's going to be interesting. I think Clemson's firmly in it, but I do think they've got some ground to make in that one, but we still got a ways to go. Mike Matthews, I think Clemson is. I think they've done about as good as they can. He seems to be really vibing with Clemson. I mean, showing up, unannounced with your parents, in the middle of the week to visit is always a good sign. There's been some sentiment that he might be wanting to leave the state. So I'm obviously that kind of tilts the needle in Clemson's favor in some ways. So, but you're battling Georgia, you're battling Ohio State, but I think you're firmly in it. And I think that's one you need to win. That's a battle you need to win, and I think that's one that Clemson definitely can win. So I like where they sit for Matthews. KJ Bolden, we'll see. Let me see what else are we talking about. Thank you, Big Load. Yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. It really helps the stream. Byron seconds that. Jeremiah's Payne says we're likely to land Alex Taylor, Braylon Staley, and Mike Matthews, who can also play safety.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, Mike Matthews can play safety. I think you got to play him as a wide receiver. But Clemson is telling him that he has the choice, and I get it because you do whatever you can to get him on campus, and then you figure out the rest later. But I think you need him to play wide receiver. I think he's the kind of wide receiver prospect that Clemson hasn't been landing in the past few cycles, and would greatly bolster this room. I think he'd be really great. Alex Taylor, he's been really showing out recently in 7-on-7s. Really, really good frame, physical, great hands. He's honestly pretty good after the catch for a guy his size. Clemson's done a really good job with him. I think Clemson got a crystal ball on 24/7, if I remember correctly. So clearly they're doing the right stuff right now. So like where they stand with Alex Taylor and Braylon Staley as well. But, I think Braylon Staley took a visit to Tennessee recently. So you're battling them. You're battling Miami, I think, is in it. Florida, some other schools, but I think you need to land. I think Clemson is in the driver's seat for Alex Taylor and Braylon Staley right now, and likely in the driver's seat for Mike Matthews right now. So if you can land all three, that's a hell of a receiver class. And then you're still in it for TJ Moore. You're battling Miami and some other Florida schools for his services. If you can get him too, oh man, I think TJ Moore is a guy you oversign for. I'm not sure if Clemson is planning to take 4 receivers, but I think you take them if they all want to come, you take them all. And
for sure. Yep.
Ryan Wingo and Bryant Wesco, I think those are kind of longer shots, but we'll see how those play out. But yeah, I think
take
Christian
Patriots
Gonzalez.
Take Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, Oregon.
Makes sense for the Pats.
Yeah.
Go Tigers. Yeah, I think he's I just realized. I think Go Tigers is Edward. So changed his name.
He's
a Pats fan, so definitely.
Edward
That's
changed his name
Edward.
to Go Tigers. Okay. The Pats took Cody.
I know I think he changed his name on Twitter too. So he's doing a little rebranding. He's been doing a lot of recruiting for us on the in the Twitter space. So I see his posts a lot on my timeline. So keep doing your thing, Edward.
Shout out Edward / Go Tigers. Thank you, man. We really do appreciate it, man.
Oh goodness! Has anyone committed since Heaven Brown Schuler did the other day? No.
Yeah.
But I think Clemson is doing a lot of good things. I don't.
That was a big one. Look, Clemson usually wraps up their recruiting cycle, August, September timeframe? Like we usually.
Well, I mean, they hold visits through during the year too.
We do, but it's normally like we got our core group of guys over the summer. So
that's the goal. That's kind of the recruiting strategy these days. But some guys take it longer, and you do it, and you get them on campus when you can during the year, and try to put the finishing touches on the class for sure.
Yeah, and you got the rule change where guys can take unlimited official visits.
Yeah,
now.
I don't think that from what Dabo said, that's not going to change his. How they're going to. That's not going to change how they do things very much. So.
Well, no, I don't think it changes. Honestly, I don't think it changes how any school does things because it doesn't change the amount of official visits that a school gets.
Right.
It just changes the amount of official visits that a player can get.
Right.
A player can get unlimited official visits now. A school is still limited to what does the school have? What is it?
I think the number is 60 something.
I thought it was 50.
Might be 50 something.
50, 52, something like that.
It's something. I don't remember the number. It's in that range though.
Yeah, it's 52 is the official visits that a school has. Like Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, regardless of the school, they get 52 visits. Let's just say it's 52, right? But now players have unlimited official visits, wherefore players only had a certain number of official visits before. So where I think that works out is, sometimes schools other than Clemson make offers that are not committable offers, right?
Yeah. So
sometimes schools make offers and they're not a committable offer because they're waiting on somebody else. So it allows a player that thought they had a certain offer to still take an official visit with another school that would be a committable offer, if that makes sense to anybody out there. So Clemson kind of does their things a little bit different. I know Dabo Swinney gets a lot of criticism. I know he got talked about in the media at length recently about the whole walk-on thing and things like that, about him being a hypocrite and all sorts of stuff like that. But when Clemson offers a player, it's a committable offer. But not every school operates the way that Clemson does, in that every offer is a committable offer at that point in time. So it really does just help the high school player be able to flex their ability to make the best decision for themselves. I think. So I think it's really good for the high school players.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think there's a downside to the unlimited official visit rule.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, there's not going to be, because schools are going to be, they're going to want the kids to come on visits that are actually serious. So kids that are just trying to get, a free visit and, enjoy and, just take as many visits as possible. I mean, you can do that, but, the schools that are actually serious about, or the schools that are actually serious are going to kind of vet you and kind of make sure that you're actually interested. So, which is something they already do anyway. So it's
right. And that's kind of,
and most kids aren't trying to go, all over the place anyway, that many times.
Yeah. And that's kind of Clemson and Dabo Swinney's approach is, look, you get one official visit, and that's it. So you either want to come to Clemson or not. They'll pay for you to come there once, and either you commit or you don't. So it is what it is.
Let's see. Bryant Wesco is coming on that June 2nd visit. Yeah, he is, and I think that's really huge that he's coming. You get him on that visit. I think I believe he's the only Clemson is the only visit he's scheduled at this point. Obviously, he's going to schedule more, but
no, he's not. No, he's not. He's just gonna come to Clemson. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish.
No, I'm just kidding.
Someone who has scheduled someone who has only scheduled a Clemson visit and may not actually schedule other visits is cornerback Corey Gibson. Obviously, we've talked about him a little bit. I think Clemson's done a really good job. They're battling primarily Texas for his services, and I think Clemson has positioned themselves as the leader right now. Really, really like him. He's probably one of the fastest defensive backs in the class. He's got true track speed. The kid can run, and obviously love that. And he also has the size to go along with it. So that's a Mike Reed type of corner all day. So Clemson's in a really good shape, and I think when he said when he was talking about what other visits he was going to take, he's like maybe Texas and maybe Alabama. We'll see. So I think that's a really good sign. Anytime a prospect isn't giving you 100% about whether a prospect is kind of like, I don't know, maybe we'll see. But he's already got one official visit locked in. I think that's always a good sign. So. And that he's always talked about how Clemson was the offer he was waiting on.
That's pretty good right there.
That's a really good sign. So I really like Corey Gibson. That would be a really awesome addition to the class. So just kind of, I think that's one you ride it out and you fight off any suitors, and
there you go.
You should be on the right end of that commitment when it's all said and done.
Who's the Lions about to take here?
They took Jack Campbell from Iowa. Makes sense. Good play, really, really good player.
Really?
This linebacker class isn't that great. So I mean, there's only a few guys that are really, worth taking in the first round. Considered worth taking in the first round, and he's one of them.
Pick number 19. The Buccaneers are on the clock. 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right.
It's getting – wow. This is We got no Clemson players off the board right now, Jordan.
I'm not surprised. I'm
You're
not. Surprised.
Are you not surprised?
No. I mean, just based off of what kind of the feel that some of these are these guys have been getting recently. I don't think scouts see them, especially Murphy and Brzee. I think they see them as later round, first round picks. So, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I'm not surprised because this is kind of something. I mean, and if you've been even looking at mock drafts and stuff, they've kind of been all over the place as far as where they've been picked. So it doesn't surprise me that
they've kind of slipped for sure when it comes to getting closer. Everybody like early on in the season, I think we had guys in the top 5 of the draft. And then as it's gone on, as it's gotten closer to the draft, our guys have slipped. But I don't know.
Big year for defender, big year for edge, big year for edge and corner, I'd say, John. Everything else, I mean, you've got a couple really, really strong defensive tackles. But I think it's really edge rusher and corner are really good. Linebacker and safety are pretty, honestly, not great outside of the top. So yeah, this is not. I'm not a huge fan of this draft class in general. I think this has kind of been a weaker class than.
How many quarterbacks have been taken now? So we have Bryce Young, 1. CJ Stroud, and then Anthony Richardson.
We haven't had anybody else yet.
Oof.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me see. Isaac Smith says, "Where do y'all see our 24 class finishing in the rankings when it's all said and done?" That's a really good question. I mean, that kind of stuff. It obviously depends on what the teams around you are doing, but I think Clemson has situated themselves pretty well. I mean, it really depends on because a lot of prospects are still kind of shaping out. And kind of where Clemson stands for at some other positions. So I think it really much depends on that. But I think Clemson has done a good job as far as with the guys that we know are they're really after right now. So I think Clemson. I think they'll safely be within
top 10.
Top 10. Right?
Top 10. Yeah.
If I could see them being 11 or 12 or something like that, they were last year. But I think we'll be safely I definitely think they'll be in the top 10 for sure.
Yeah, I think we'll be safely top 10. Let's see. Buccaneers are picking right now.
Kalijah Kancey.
Kalijah Kancey. Ooh, D tackle.
I like
Kalijah Kancey out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously gotten the Aaron Donald comparisons because he's undersized and all of that, and he played at Pitt. And he's got a lot of athletic traits. I don't think he's going to be Aaron Donald. I think that's I think there's only one Aaron Donald, but I think he's going to be going to be a really productive player. So I don't dislike this pick.
I think that's a really good pick.
I don't think it'll be Aaron Donald, but I could definitely see him being kind of like Grady Jarrett's been.
Look, Grady Jarrett is man. If there was a poster guy for Clemson defensive linemen and how just Clemson develops guys along the defensive line, it would be Grady Jarrett. Because do you remember the kind of the talk around Grady Jarrett when he came to Clemson?
Oh,
if you remember that far back,
I was like, what he was drafted 2015. He was drafted in the 2015. Man, I was like, okay. So I was like, when he was at Clemson, I was like in middle school. Or high school.
But if you remember back that far, that dude was undersized. Dabo Swinney was crazy for taking him. You know, he was just he was just a guy that Dabo Swinney took because blah, 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 right? And now, he's been the highest paid defensive tackle, in the NFL at least once, I think. Probably not now, but he was at one point in time. The dude just has a motor. He's always been undersized. He's always been a guy that was doubted, and he's just made a name for himself in the NFL. Sacked Tom Brady 3 times in the Super Bowl, and it's nice to see guys like that. As much as our edge rushers, I guess, have been questioned, as we talked about earlier in tonight's show. Our defensive tackles, our interior guys along the defensive line, they have been doing great in the NFL. Dexter Lawrence, Grady Jarrett,
Christian Wilkins,
DJ
Reader.
Reader.
You can make the argument that Clemson has 4 of the top 10 defensive tackles in the league.
We got dudes in the league when it comes to defensive tackles. So.
And then you got other guys still hanging around like Deshaun Williams. I think he's with the Panthers now. So some really good role players.
And
so
and look, I think I think some of our edge guys.
Carlos Watkins. I don't know why I forgot Carlos
Watkins. There you go. Yeah, Carlos Watkins. He's had a great career in the NFL. Shaq Lawson. Shaq Lawson's had a pretty good career in the NFL.
End, but yeah,
he's a defensive end, but he's had a pretty good career in the NFL. He's bounced around to a couple different teams, but he's had a pretty good career in the NFL. Who else? Let's see. Trying to think.
Let me see. What else were you guys talking about? Two linebackers. Yeah. No. Will McDonald is he's a defense. Well, he was edge. That's all he did at Iowa State. Pretty much. He never really dropped back. So I don't really count him. I know they listed him at linebacker, but I don't. They had him as a pass rusher primarily. Let me see.
Did you see
Cam Coleman and Bryant Wesco? Yeah, those are going to be tough. Those are going to be battles for sure. Go Tigers.
Did you see that? What's his name transferred from South Florida again?
Oh yeah, Joe. Yeah,
Joe transferred from South Florida again.
Makes sense. Jeff Scott gets fired. Doesn't want to stick around anymore. I don't think he was ever healthy at South Florida. So he never really played much.
Do you realize that dude's only had like 10 catches in college?
Yeah, something like that. It's pretty crazy, right?
He's had 10 catches.
I remember 10, I remember when Clemson brought him in.
10 freaking catches in college. That's all he's had for like 120 yards or something like that. He's only had 10 catches in college. Will Levis is out here looking stressed right now. This dude is looking stressed.
Yeah,
I feel bad for him.
I didn't expect him. I didn't expect him to fall this far.
Do you realize like we are on pick? What is it? 20? Pick 20?
Yep.
Are the Seahawks going to pick up Will Levis? Because they just paid Geno Smith, so
I can see them taking Will Levis because Geno Smith is not the long-term future.
Maybe as like a project guy, like sit behind Geno Smith like a year, maybe 2 years, and taking over. Maybe that could be a thing. But I'm surprised Will Levis is still on the board, man.
Yeah, I no one. Yeah, I think the graphic said that ESPN analyst there was a 1% chance he'd be available this late. So
Will Levis is looking stressed right now, man. That dude is looking stressed. He's like, why did I come to the draft right now? Why am I in the green room? My man is like, oh man, I made a mistake. I should have stayed home with my family.
yeah, he's a project player out of Canada. Yeah, Jojo. Yeah, I mean that I remember how much
Yeah,
Dabo talked the world of him. I mean, and you look at him. I mean, the dude is built different for
he
sure.
is.
He's got
He's
the length, the size,
yeah.
the catch radius, all of that. But he never really got the nuances of the position down. He never really was able to get on the field because he the technical aspect of being a wide receiver and all of that, and just learning football was something that took him time, and he just hasn't developed into what Clemson hoped he would be, and but we'll see what he can do. And I think he was hurt at South Florida a lot of his time there, so wherever he
Yeah.
ends up,
Yeah, I
someone's
think
going to take a flyer on him because of how
I think he played one game in South Florida, and he
probably
had like
something like
he had
that.
like
I haven't looked at his stats.
yeah
But
he played like one game in South Florida. He had like 2 or 3 catches. He was hurt for majority of his time in South Florida, just like he was hurt for majority of his time in Clemson. Um, but
yeah, that's right. He can dance. Yeah. That's true. When I remember the Thriller video.
okay,
He's a pretty good Michael Jackson. He's pretty good.
Seahawks pick is in. Seahawks pick is in, man. Here we go. Seahawks pick is in. Who's gonna be the pick? Is it gonna be Will Levis? What do you think?
Maybe. I don't.
I think it's gonna be Will Levis.
They might go receiver. I don't because I don't. I mean, we might finally get a receiver.
It's gonna be
They
Will
don't.
Levis.
They don't have many of those either.
It's gonna be Will Levis. Hold up. You'll probably know before me because I'm behind you. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
All right, I won't.
Oh my goodness.
There you go.
I was wrong.
Wide receiver.
Jackson and Jigba Smith. Jackson and Smith and Jigba. Yeah. Good for them, man. Good for them. They believe in Geno Smith, man. They said Geno Smith is my dude. We got him a new receiver.
And I will say this about this quarterback class. I mean, you got Caleb Williams and Drake May coming out next year.
Yeah,
I think they're both better prospects than anybody in this class. But
right, you think you just buy your time,
yeah,
until next season.
I don't think the Seahawks are in pressing need of a franchise quarterback. I mean, they've got a solid roster already, and
well, I mean they paid Geno Smith, so
yeah.
What they give him a 3-year deal?
I don't remember.
I think they gave him a 3-year deal. So
I had to look it up. I'm not. I'm not as in tune with the NFL as I used to be. That's for sure.
Me neither. Look, I'm not even pretending to be an NFL guy by any means. College football guy through and through here, but that's not a bad pickup at all. I mean, especially at pick 20, you get a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, this dude is crazy.
Rowdy Every Point says there's talk of the Bengals taking Brazil or Murphy at 28. They've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks. That would be awesome. Hey, listen,
Who's that?
Rowdy Every Point says there's talk of the Bengals taking Brazil or Murphy at 28. They've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks. Hey, listen, I'm down with it. The Bengals, seem to like Clemson players, and they seem to be doing well there. So I mean, you got T. Higgins and DJ Reader and Jackson Carman is he might be a starter finally.
So would you take, just a question, if you were the Bengals, right, and you had Brazil or Murphy, who would you take? If you were the GM of the Bengals and you had Brazil and Murphy both on the board and you were going to take a defensive lineman, who would you take?
Is like considering if I'm considering like the Bengals needs or just who do I like better as a prospect?
Who you like better as a prospect? As the Bengals?
I think it's tough because I think for Brazil, I think his best football is ahead of him, and
I would take Brazil.
He's gonna come in and be one of the strongest guys at his position just because that's tough. I think I'd go Brazil.
I think,
but you already have DJ Reader in the middle.
Maybe Murphy has a higher upside, but I think Brazil is a sure prospect. Like I think Brazil is a guy that I can bet on more than Murphy, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd go. I'd go Brazil as far as.
And
who I like better as a prospect. I think Brazil.
Yeah, and that's not a slight on Murphy at all. Look,
it's close, and I think Murphy's gonna. Murphy's gonna have a really good career as well. So
it's close, but you like you say, you pair up those two dudes. I mean, wow.
Let's see. All
right, pick 21. Chargers pick is in.
Yeah, we got a few people saying Brazil. Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, everybody's saying Brazil.
He can play both defensive end and he can.
He's versatile, man. Like you can slim him down and he can go outside, or you can beef him up. He can go in the middle, be a 3 technique. I think I think Brazil is a true 3 technique in the NFL. But I do think he's versatile enough that he can move around as well. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
NFL draft is worse than Dopey award show. It's going to take 4 hours for something they could have done in 90 minutes. Yeah, this one is dragging more than I thought it would.
We're 2.5 hours in. It's crazy right now. It's crazy. We're 2.5 hours in, and
I at least want to get to it. I at least want to see one Clemson player get picked before we go.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm waiting for a Clemson player to be selected. Like I think we're going to have to wait until
I think this could be it for the Chargers. I bet we'll see.
I think the
Chargers, there's a chance that they take.
I think we're going to have to wait until pick 32, maybe. Good Lord.
No, I don't think it's going to be that late.
We're going to be on here a while, man. But hey, our chat session's hanging out with us, so we'll be on here as long as you guys do, man. We'll be on here, man. There's 32 picks. I may have over selected. Like, what did I say? There'd be 3 Clemson players selected.
Yeah,
I don't know about that now.
I didn't feel great about 3 guys being selected because
maybe I was wrong, man. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know. Chargers are selecting right now, so let's see who they select. Don't tell me. Oh, Quentin Johnson. Good Lord. Nope. Still no Clemson players off the board. Jesus. 21 picks in and no Clemson players off the board.
It's coming. It's coming. I don't think
Wow.
they're not going to fall the way out.
Hey, good thing no Clemson players decided to be in the green room this year.
Hey Edward, I know you're way ahead of us. Don't put in when a Clemson player gets selected.
Yeah. Let us react real time.
Yeah.
To a Clemson player being selected. I know you're way ahead of us because you got that high digital cable.
No, he's just looking at the live tweets, but yeah.
He's on Twitter. Okay. Yeah. You're way ahead of us then. You're ahead of the cable people. I'm over here on Twitter, or not on Twitter. I'm over here on Hulu, which is like 87,000 minutes behind everybody else.
Yeah. But Quentin Johnson off the board. And I just thought about it.
God dang, Quentin Johnson is something serious, bro. Look at him. Look at those catches, bro.
Yeah.
Look at
He's got great hands.
Why did they select him though? They got
Mike Williams, Keenan.
They got Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. Why did they select Quentin Johnson?
They're trying to load up that up. They're just trying to give Herbert more weapons, I guess.
They already got a loaded offense. Like, what is going on? Am I wrong? I don't know. It may,
well, yeah. I
don't know, man.
I thought they had more pressing needs too, but
Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, and you select that guy. Look, I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying. God dang, bro! Like, has anybody seen Mike Williams lately? God dang, this dude is okay. Here go the Ravens. They got Ravens got 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh, I just realized that the Celtics are playing right now. I know Edward is sweating bricks right now.
The Celtics?
Yeah. He's a Celtics fan.
Ooh. Tough break, brother. Tough break. Let me check that score. Hold on. Let me check that score.
Chargers gonna Charger. Yeah, that's what they do. They charged it up in that playoff game, that wild card game. Trevor Lawrence, he threw 4 picks in the first half and leads one of the largest comebacks in playoff history.
Absolutely. Woo! Boston's up 116-113 with 3:11 left in the fourth. If any of you guys are NBA fans, I've been watching the NBA playoffs, man. It's been crazy, dude. It's been so good.
I haven't kept up. I mean, I haven't kept up. Like when the Bulls got, I'm a Bulls fan. When they got eliminated in the play-in game, I was like,
oh, okay.
But I watched. I saw the Heat eliminate the Bucks. I enjoyed that.
Did you see that, man? Yeah. Look,
that was funny.
Jimmy Butler scored 98 points in 2 games?
He's him. He's like that.
He's that dude, man. Look, they had the Bucks had a 15-point lead heading into the fourth, and then they had a 16-point lead heading into the fourth, and they got beat 4-1, man. Absolutely insane. Jimmy Buckets.
Yep. The former Chicago Bull, Jimmy Buckets.
Jimmy Buckets. Playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy, bro.
I miss playoff Jimmy.
Yeah, playoff Jimmy is a real deal, man. He can deny it all he wants. I don't care what he says. Playoff Jimmy is a real thing. Playoff Jimmy is a real thing.
Society as a whole would be a whole lot better. I think we really kind of went down as a as a society when Derrick Rose tore his ACL.
For sure.
Back in 2012, that was the beginning of the end, and that's when things changed.
You know who's Derrick Rose 2.0?
Who?
John Morant.
Oh, John Morant's is even more athletic than D Rose was.
John Morant's.
And I say that Derrick Rose is my favorite Chicago Bull ever. So
same. John Morant is Derrick Rose 2.0.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a short career. He's already injured all the time. He's
the way he lands, like
that's what I'm saying. He's Derrick Rose 2.0. His not look. I'm not like his ability is amazing, but he's gonna have a short career because of it. He's Derrick Rose 2.0, and it's sad because he could be so good, man.
Hey, and listen, D Rose is still a bucket now.
D Rose is still D Rose is like he just lost most of his athletic ability, but he's still
had to change his game.
Yeah, he's still a bucket for sure. That's why I say like John Morant is like Derrick Rose 2.0 because he's just injured all the time. Like he's never healthy.
We got Mark Rogers in the chat. He says, my son was a big Derrick Rose fan. Well, your son's a very smart dude.
He is a very smart dude. Derrick Rose was that guy, man. So fun to watch. Just like John Morant. Like, he's just like a fun dude to watch, right? Play basketball. But.
See. What are we talking about?
What's the chat section talking about?
I was a Bulls fan during Michael Jordan's time with him, Jordan, and switched to Lakers after he retired. Yeah, unfortunately wasn't able to see those years. I was alive for his Wizards days, though.
Hey, don't bring those up. Don't bring those up, Jordan. No. Jordan never played for the Wizards. Nope. Nope. That never happened.
You guys are talking NBA on an NFL watch party on a college football team. Hey, we've been going for almost 3 hours. This is what.
Hey, give us a break. Give us a break, Mark.
We're waiting on the pick.
We're trying here. We're waiting on the pick. We're doing what we can. We are entertaining the people. If we're trying.
Zay Flowers. That's my guy. That's my guy. That's a good pick.
Oh, did they?
Since they
selected Zay Flowers?
Yep.
Oh, I'm way behind.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. Well,
God dang it, Jordan. No, I'm just kidding. Look at him.
It means it's time for Jobo to give a Clemson softball update. I don't want to talk about Clemson softball after their midweek. That was brutal.
Look, Clemson softball. Hey, we're winning the ACC tournament. Okay.
No,
Clemson softball. No. Don't do that, Jordan. Don't do that, Jordan. Clemson softball is winning the ACC tournament. We're gonna destroy Florida State. We're gonna destroy Duke. We're gonna destroy every team in our path. We are going to win. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They don't have that dog in them.
Nope.
They don't have that dog in them. They're gonna have to prove it to me.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Jordan. Don't do it, Jordan. Nope. We win in the ACC championship. We are winning the ACC tournament, and we are going to the World Series. We are.
All right, man. Hey, speak it into
existence. Let's go. Speak it into existence. Come on, Jordan. Say it with me. Clemson softball.
Man, they out here looking clean. Look at me. Oh man, I'm a huge Zay Flowers guy.
Yo, I love Zay Flowers, man. You know why? Because he stayed true. He stayed with his team. He did what he did. And I'm just rooting for this guy. Look at him. Look at him getting off the ball. Good. Look what he's doing to these DBs. Wow. Look at that.
I think he's got better ball skills than Tyreek Hill.
Oh, way better. Way better. Come on.
Ooh, man, look at that route run. Oh my god.
Look at Zay Flowers route running, dude. Come on, bro.
And after the catch, he's one of the best. Like
Zay Flowers is that dude. Watch him. Watch him. Oh, look at that double move. Look at that double move. Oh. Oh my God. Look, man. Zay Flowers is that dude, man.
Who's going to be the first Clemson player off the board? You've probably already talked about it.
I think it will be Brian Brzee.
At this point, I think it's going to be Brian Brzee.
It'll be Brian Brzee. Brian Brzee will be the first dude off the board. Miles Murphy will be the second dude off the board. And unfortunately, I think my buddy Trenton Simpson will be relegated to the second round. I thought we would get 3 guys off the board in the first round, Mark. That's what I predicted at the top of the show. However, I'm feeling less confident in that pick. I think Jordan may beat me in that pick. He said we would get 2 guys. I said we would get 3. So I definitely think it'll be Brian Brzee. I thought it would be Miles Murphy, but I'm starting to think it's going to be Brian Brzee. Will we only get 1 dude off the board in the first round? Is that a possibility?
At this point, it's a possibility.
It might be. It better not be none. It better not be none.
Yeah, that would be very disappointing. Just considering how highly touted these guys were. I mean, Brian Brzee, Miles Murphy, Trenton Simpson, all 5 stars in the 2020 class.
Yeah, it better not be.
I mean, Trenton Simpson was the most available of the 3.
Yeah, I mean, it better not be none. I'll be highly upset if we
obviously Brzee and Murphy went through their own different things, but
I
think they're all first round talents. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see for sure.
See what the Vikings do. The Vikings took a Tiger last year. Took Andrew Booth in the second round.
Byron Davis said, "My dad got to watch Jordan play Clemson when he was at North Carolina. My dad drove the young bus for the team and drove when he was
when the Fridge played.
He drove for them.
Nice.
For years.
That's pretty cool.
Yo, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, Byron Davis. That's pretty cool,
my uncle played against Michael Jordan in high school and in college.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
that's cool, man.
My uncle he played for App State, and they played. I think they played North Carolina twice while Jordan was there.
So
I don't think
when I was a kid.
My uncle was pretty good. He scored he's scored 1,000 points in his career.
That's pretty cool, man. I grew up in Charleston, South Carolina. I used to go to Citadel games. If you know the Citadel.
No, I've never heard of the Citadel.
You never heard of the Citadel? That's weird, man. So I used to go to Citadel games all the time.
I think South Carolina has though.
For sure, they definitely have. But I used to go to their games all the time. And that's when I became a Steph Curry fan and a Tim Duncan fan. So for a large part of my life, I was a San Antonio Spurs fan because I saw Tim Duncan come play Wake Forest against the Citadel. And that dude was an absolute monster.
Wow.
And I saw him play in the Citadel Stadium. I saw the Citadel play against Davison and Steph Curry. So, I saw these dudes play in college. In college when they were nobodies, right? When they were dudes that were just whatever, right? And I fell in love with those 2 dudes' games. I was a Tim Duncan fan for a long time. When Steph Curry got to the league, I was a fan. I was surprised that the Golden State Warriors kind of bought into Steph Curry being a small ball guy, being a shooter, and things like that. But that's kind of when I became a San Antonio fan because of Tim Duncan. So yeah, that was my childhood, man. I was watching Tim Duncan dominate the Citadel. Uh,
Go
for
Tigers
sure.
says, he played. You played against Clowney, Sharon Peak, and Marcus Lattimore. Wow,
Dang, bro. All right.
that must have been fun for you.
I played uh, I played against Carlos Dunlap
Oh
in
wow,
high school. Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. He was not nice on the field.
yeah,
He was a nice dude. He was just not nice on the field. Uh, he destroyed my high school team, but I did play against Carlos Dunlap. Uh, Dude was a beast. Dude was an absolute animal. I think he like put my quarterback in the hospital. But it is what it is. Good for him, right?
Nicholas
Uh,
says I played against Wake Forest and Clemson. Hopkins has been doing what he does since high school, snagging one-handers over people at 7-on-7s. Yeah,
yep,
going back,
yep.
going back to the days of Daniel.
Hey,
Humble beginnings.
humble beginnings, man. Nuke Hopkins, doing his thing. It looks like, yep, there we go. Boston closed it out against Atlanta.
Congratulations, go Tigers.
Boston closed it out against Atlanta.
Jordan Addison goes. I wasn't sure if he was going to get picked in the first round because I think there were some. I don't know. People were worried about his. He's not a very big receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, the Giants. Oh, trade. I think the Giants are trading up with Jacksonville.
The Giants are trading up with who?
Jacksonville. So I think. I
Boston,
opened Twitter, so and Ian Rappaport.
Boston won 128 to 120 against Atlanta. For those of you watching the NBA. Hey, yo, Pete's live streaming the NFL draft right now too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, shout out Pete.
Shout out to Pigskin Pete. That's my dude.
That's my dude. Shout out Pigskin Pete. That's my dude too.
Oh, and we're gonna try and get Pete on the show one of these one of these days. So
No,
make sure you
no,
guys tune in for that as
yeah,
well.
we're definitely getting Pete on the show sometime in the next couple months. We got some stuff planned for you guys these next couple months. Trying to get some other content creators on the show. Me and Jordan got some plans for the show these next couple months. So just stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. It's going to be exciting. It's gonna be good. Hopefully, we get I say hopefully, but we'll definitely get Pigskin Pete on the show. Uh, Hopefully, we get not Bobby Durkins, aka Brian Knight, on the show, and then we'll get some other dudes on the show. based on our biggest. I think we're going to base it on our biggest games this coming season. We've kind of talked about it offline, so I just wanted to kind of announce it to you guys now. We're going to kind of try to bring some content creators on the show with me and Jordan, and kind of chop it up about some big games coming up this fall for Clemson football, whether it be Florida State, Notre Dame, so on and so forth. Miami, we'll bring some content creators on, and hopefully it's something you guys are interested in and tune in for. So leg work me and Jordan got to do, but we'll make it happen for sure. Giants. The Giants are on the clock. 24.
Yep. Edward says, y'all want me to see if Corey Gibson will hop on it and talk about his recruitment experience. Now that would be cool.
Yo, that would be really cool, dude. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to, you can sit. Well,
if you can facilitate that,
I've already DM'd Corey Gibson once because I think he got hacked and he sent me this link. And I was like, bro, I'm not clicking that.
Yeah.
But that's about the only interaction I've had with him. But if you want to, if you want to send him my or just tell him to DM me, that would be cool.
Yeah, for sure. You can if you facilitate that, you can come on as well.
Let's see.
He said he's talked to him a lot on Twitter DMs.
Bobby Durkins, aka Brian. Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah,
Brian's a good dude. Yeah.
Bobby Durkins, aka Brian Knight, is the truth.
It's always a trip not seeing him in his Bobby Durkins persona. So like,
I know, right? Like,
yeah,
it's so weird to see him just talking about college football, like kind of like we do.
Yeah.
Without the Bobby Durkins persona. So I'm excited. Like, hopefully we can get him to come onto the show as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a commitment from him live on air.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, look, all of you guys in the chat right now, start spamming Pigskin Pete. Start spamming Bobby Durkins, aka Brian Knight, not Bobby Durkins. Tell him to come on to the Voice of College Football Clemson channel with me and Jordan Bowman. Start spamming them in their comment section. Tell them to hit either me or Jordan Bowman up.
Don't spam in their comment section. Don't do that. But
no, I'm just kidding. Don't spam in their comment section. But maybe hit the super chat for them and ask them to come on our show because we're gonna make it happen. It's gonna be great. Okay, we got a trade here. You see the trade?
What yeah, that's what I was talking about. The Giants traded up.
Giants traded up with the Jaguars. Yeah. Who the Giants gonna pick?
I don't. We'll see.
We'll see.
Man, we got to get man. If we do this whole live stream without a Clemson
player, bro, I'm gonna be so disappointed if we don't. I picked 3 Clemson players going off the board in this first in the first round, and there has not been a single Clemson player picked yet. I'm super disappointed right now. I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly, I don't know. Clearly, I don't know the NFL. Obviously,
the Jaguars are our only hope. Hey, if the Jaguars want to take Brzee or Murphy, like I think they can use some help on the defensive line.
Of course, they could. Yeah. I would love to see another Clemson guy, go to the Jags.
You met Trayvon Walker and Miles Murphy on the edge. That'd be really cool,
bro. That would be.
Or have Brian Brzee in the middle. That'd be awesome.
That'd be amazing. Who are the Giants going to select?
Oh, they took Deontay Banks.
Did they?
Yeah, to the corner.
Come on, man. 24 picks in.
That dude looked like CJ Spiller. I saw a dude in his dude clapping in the behind the chair.
Yeah,
kind of looked like CJ Spiller. I was like,
he does kind of look like CJ Spiller. Yeah, what are we doing, man? 24 picks in, and we don't have a single Clemson player off the board. Come on, man.
All right, Jaguars, you're my only hope.
Come on, Jaguars. Come on, take a Clemson guy.
Reunite him with reunite one of these guys with Trevor.
Come on, man. With Trevor and Travis. Come on. Let's go, Jaguars. Give me a reason to root for the Jaguars this season. Give me a reason.
Oh, the Bills the Jaguars traded. Okay, yeah.
Oh my God. Really? The Jaguars traded back again?
Yep.
So the Jaguars just don't want to pick. They said we got Trevor and we don't need nobody else. That's what they said. They said we got Trevor Lawrence, we don't need nobody else. What are we doing? Come on. The Bills. Here's Brian Brzee right here. No? Who is this dude? Who is that? Who did they just show on screen? Who is that dude? Do you know who that is?
What? Who?
The guy they just showed on screen for the when the Bills traded.
I missed it. They haven't picked yet, so I don't.
No, I know they haven't picked yet, but they showed a guy on screen and his family was going crazy.
I must have missed it. They're probably just showing Deontay Banks, who just got picked. I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Jesus, come on, bro. No Clemson players. 25 picks in.
We're gonna get there.
Are we? Are we gonna get there?
I think at least one of them has to go first round. I mean, I hope. I don't know. I was, last year I thought Andrew Booth was going to go first round and he didn't. So you don't know. You never know. But that would be back-to-back years with Clemson with not having a first round pick. Not great.
That's not good. You don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that. All right. So we're in a commercial break. So let's talk about our last topic of the night before we continue this NFL draft that is not going our way. What are your realistic expectations for Clemson heading out of spring? So, look, I get it. It's just spring practice. We're heading into summer workouts. We're going to go into fall camp. It's going to be season, blah, 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 right? What are your realistic expectations heading out of spring practice? Not necessarily projecting what's going to happen in the fall or anything like that. Saving all of that for our later episodes. What are your realistic expectations for this Clemson football team?
Well, I expect this defense to be pretty darn good.
Facts.
No, I know we said that last year, but I think that's the first thing. I think this team is really. I mean, it's going to go. I think this defense is going to be kind of the show stealer. That they're going to be the identity of this team. I fully expect them to be, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're. Obviously, I'm interested to see how the linebacker depth develops. I'm interested to see who steps up at edge. I mean, I think we have some idea, but still got to prove it on the field.
Yeah.
But I think this defense is going to be really good. Offensive side of the ball is a mystery. It's really a mystery. I mean, you're going through a transition, new scheme, new starting quarterback, and you've had a lot of your guys, a lot of your wide receivers out. You've had multiple offensive linemen out. So this offense is. I think it's going to be a work in progress. I don't know if they're going to come out firing out the gates. They might. We still have a long way to go, but I'm not expecting in that season opener in Duke for Clemson to come out and dropping 52 points or something like that and just absolutely obliterating them. So I think it's all about getting healthy. The receivers need to be healthy. It just kind of figuring out and coalescing as an offense, because that's just something, unfortunately, the circumstances of this offseason have made it so that this team hasn't had their best guys for most of spring. And so, when fall camp rolls around, I think we'll get a better picture. But at the end of the day, the jury's still out on this offense. So expectation wise, I don't have them set super high, at least certainly not out, right out the gate, but we'll see.
Yeah. For me, the expectations for this Clemson team is, like you said, a really good Clemson defense. I think Wes Goodwin learned a lot from last season. I think he gained a lot of experience from last season. And I think the Clemson defense will be better for it. I think the Clemson offense will be a work in progress for at least the first half of Clemson's season. Oh, my God. Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
Out of Utah. Tight end.
Yeah, we're picking tight ends before
Jesus Christ, dude.
Defensive tackles and defensive linemen.
Holy shit. We are never going to get a Clemson prospect selected in the first round. Okay. But back to the Clemson, the realistic expectations for Clemson this season. I'm not going to sit here and say that Clemson is going to win a national title. I'm not saying that it's national title or bust for Clemson. However, I think Clemson will have a defense that is capable of competing in the playoffs and for a national title. I think it's all really based off the Clemson offense. How much will they improve this season? How much will Garrett Riley be able to use the personnel available to really improve the statistics of the Clemson offense? I think it's going to be a lot based on Cade Clubb's understanding of this offense, his ability to operate within this offense. And wide receivers are going to have to step up. At the end of the day, wide receivers are going to have to step up in this offense. And I think that's really the catalyst for how far this Clemson team goes this season. I think our offensive line will be much improved this season because I think we got some dudes that are going to perform really well. I think we got our quarterback. I think we have, obviously, our running backs. I think it's really going to be based on the wide receiver production this season, on how far this Clemson team goes. And that's my take on Clemson. This wide receiver team, this wide receiver group will determine how far and how good this Clemson team is this season. And that's kind of my outlook, my realistic expectations on this Clemson team. Can Antonio Williams repeat from last year? Can Cade Klubnik really lead this group? Can a Bo Collins step up and be that number one guy? Because Antonio Williams really can't be the number one guy in this wide receiver room. He's a slot guy. He's a fast guy. He's a change of pace guy. He's a guy that can stretch the field. But you need that guy along the outside. You need an Adam Randall. You need a Bo Collins. You need those dudes to really step up on the outside and catch those 50-50 balls, those balls downfield, to really compete for a national title. So it's going to be dependent on the wide receiver group. It's going to be dependent on a wide receiver coach that a lot of Clemson fans are questioning coming into this season.
100%. It's a prove-it year for these wide receivers for sure, and the wide receiver coach especially.
It's a prove-it year for the wide receiver coach more than it is for the wide receiver group, I think. And I think Dabo Swinney made it clear to the coaching staff this past offseason that, hey, every coach is replaceable. Nobody's safe. And, I think our wide receiver coach needs to prove it this season. He needs to get our guys in the right position and then make them perform. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's all going to be based on the Clemson wide receiver core this season. That's as far as the team goes this year. I think our defense will be good enough to compete for a national title. Our running backs will be good enough. Our O-line will be good enough. I think our quarterback will be good enough. I think it's all determined on our wide receiver core this season to see where Clemson goes.
I agree. Oh, have they made the pick?
Oh, Cowboys. 54 seconds on the clock.
Look at old Jerry.
Look at Jerry. He thinks he knows everything. Who'd they pick?
We'll see.
Okay. Don't tell me. Please don't pick a Clemson player. I don't like the Cowboys.
I don't care at this point where they go, as long as
You're right. Please, Clemson. Please pick a Clemson player at this point. I don't know if a Clemson player is going to be picked at this point. Pick 26. What do we got? The Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones. Pick. Who do they pick?
I expect the team will really come together over the summer and into the fall, and Cade is able to get more comfortable with the weapons around him, and he will be a good leader. Yeah, I mean, I think so, and I think Cade has the natural leadership, qualities that you want out of a quarterback. So I just, he's got to take control of his own personal development as far as how he's, how he's developing as a quarterback and kind of ironing out some of the things that he still struggles with. But we'll have to see. Again, he's not proven. And you just got to – I mean, this is why you brought in Garrett Riley. I mean, you trust that he's going to be able to put Cade in a position to succeed and coach him up. That's why you brought him in.
Absolutely. Exactly why you brought him in.
Garrett might fire the wide receiver. No, Garrett's not firing him. Yeah,
Garrett's not firing anyone.
Yeah.
Okay? Dabo Swinney's going to fire anyone that needs to be fired.
Yeah.
So I heard. Okay, I'll save this until after this pick is in. We'll talk about this in a minute. I saw something in the comment section of a YouTube video I was watching earlier, and I kind of want to get your thoughts on it. But we'll see who Dallas picks first.
Oh my God!
Don't tell me. Oh my God! What? Mazai Smith? Mazai Smith? Okay. You know what? Jordan, what are we doing right now?
Oh man,
So no Clemson players in the first round.
maybe Jacksonville. Jacksonville's our only hope.
Jesus.
Jacksonville and Cincinnati.
Jacksonville.
They,
If
they
if
like
Jackson if Jacksonville does not take Brian Brzee, what are they doing? I'm serious right now. What?
Jeremiah Spain says if Grisham gets fired, I think we promote Artavis Scott or get the Notre Dame wide receivers. Oh yeah, Chancey Stuckey. I would really like it if we brought in Chancey Stuckey. I'm not a fan. I love Artavis Scott, but I wouldn't be a fan if we promoted him to wide receivers coach. I'm done with the promoting guys that have no experience elsewhere.
Yeah, no, I'm look.
If you go get Chancey Stuckey and bring him home, that would be great.
Look, at Clemson, I'm done with the experiment of promoting former players that have no coaching experience.
Yeah. I mean, Chancey Stuckey is a former player, but he's at Notre Dame. He's cut his teeth, and he's
but he's got coaching experience.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. I'm done with the experiment of promoting players with no coaching experience at Clemson. Clemson is too high of a program. They are too elite of a program in order to take chances on former players that have no coaching experience. That's not how you get your start. Clemson's too good for that. They're too good. So I'm done with that experiment. It didn't work. And I think Dabo Swinney needs to leave that in the past. Tyler Grisham needs to cut his teeth this season, and if he cannot get the job done this season, then he needs to go. That's just, it is what it is. I heard, or I saw in a comment section on YouTube earlier today, I was watching a video and somebody was talking about how we don't recruit the offensive linemen in order to be violent or in order to dominate the line of scrimmage. And I don't agree with that since Austin has been our offensive line coach.
Yeah, no, that's quite literally how they've been recruiting.
So like that dude, I was like, this dude is absolutely like, have you been seeing who Thomas Austin has been recruiting since he's been the offensive line coach? Because you're crazy. Like this dude, like Thomas Austin is recruiting a completely different type of offensive lineman than Clemson has ever recruited. Ever. Since Dabo Swinney has been the head coach. So I saw that comment. I think I was watching Brian Knight's live stream.
Oh wow.
And one of the people commenting in there was like, we don't recruit the offensive linemen in order to be dominant. And I was like, what? Have you seen the offensive linemen that we've been recruiting lately?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah.
Like clearly you don't follow Clemson football as closely as the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean you don't bring in Colin Sadler and Blake Miller and Harris Sewell and Zechariah Owens and Ian Reed.
Yeah, have you seen these dudes?
Yeah,
these dudes are for real.
Yeah, these are big physical dudes that can. That's silly. Whoever said that.
So it was a silly comment. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it because I was like, bro, you are out of control saying something like that. And I was watching a rewind of it, so I couldn't comment on that video in real time. and I was just like, bro, come on, man. Like you're not watching Clemson football. You're not watching who we're recruiting at offensive line. If you're saying that stuff, if you were saying that stuff like 3-4 years ago, I'd have been like, okay, you got a point. But saying it right now with Thomas Austin, no. Thomas Austin is recruiting elite offensive linemen that are big body dudes. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Will Levis still hasn't been picked.
Will Levis has still not been picked. We are at pick 27 with the Jags. They better pick. They better pick my boy Brian Brzee.
I'll take any Clemson player. I mean, if they take Murphy, that's fine too.
I don't give a shit who they take. They could take Trenton Simpson at this point. I don't care. Just take a Clemson player.
We need to say we had a first rounder because that would be embarrassing.
You know who we're not taking? The Jags are not taking Will Levis. I could tell you that shit.
Oh yeah, no,
they're not taking him. So
we know that.
The Jags
they're going to take Nolan Smith, aren't they?
They better fucking not. They better not. Hey, Trevor Lawrence, call the Jags people. Tell them. Oh my God. Here we go. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Oh my God. Are you
Watch that mouth.
You're right.
This is a family-friendly show.
You're right. This is a family-friendly show. I'm so sorry. Anton Harrison, offensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Sadness. Depression.
We only got 4 picks left.
Hey, you got a compliment. David said you have a pretty mouth. I think he was trying to say you have a potty mouth, but
shut up, David. No, I'm just kidding.
I was like, yeah, but pretty mouth is funny. That means obviously that means something else.
Yeah. Don't do that to me. Don't.
Clemson Tigers all-in show after dark. That's where we're at now.
We are scraping the barrel right now.
Yeah.
We are at 3 hours and 25 minutes.
You got a pretty mouth.
Have we really been on the air for 3 hours and 30 minutes, man?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, Mark's going to be pissed at us that we're about to upload a 3.5-hour live stream. Ain't nobody going to watch this.
Ain't nobody going to watch this.
Especially at the end. But hey, it's all to the 17 of you that are still in here. I appreciate it.
Hey, look, we appreciate it. Please hit that like button if you have not already in here. Clemson Tigers After Dark. Clemson Tigers After Dark. Please go ahead and hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're approaching 5,000 subscribers on here, man. Yeah. We're doing our thing. So I don't
from the beginning. Yeah, Big Load, you've been in here. Quite a few of you guys have been.
Bro. Big Load's been in here from the beginning. We had some. We had some disagreements in the beginning, but he's still here rocking with us, man. Yeah. I appreciate that, man.
You got some loyal listeners, man.
You an OG, man. You are a true guy. I appreciate you sticking with us, Big Load. You the man. Edward / Go Tigers, obviously in here.
Regular
with
in
us.
Here on time and dropping some knowledge in the chat.
Always, man. Always. You guys share this video out with your friends, with your various college football groups. Tell them to subscribe to not only our channel, but the Voice of College Football channel, Mark Rogers, and then the rest of the team channels on here because we're all a part of the same team, guys. We're all growing the same brand. Mark Rogers gives us the opportunity to come to you guys every week, so show him some love on his main channel. Oh, Miles Murphy! Holy crap!
There it is.
Oh my god!
I was smiling. I didn't. I was doing my best not to say anything.
We finally get a Clemson player, Miles Murphy, to the Cincinnati Bengals.
We can officially say that we haven't gone 2 years without a first round pick
At pick 28, because
We'll
apparently
take it.
being a part of a 2-family home and a stable young adult makes you a liability in the NFL.
Hey, we appreciate the Bengals love. From Tiger to Tiger, man. We got a lot of Clemson dudes on there now.
There we go, man.
Jackson
DJ
Carman, T. Higgins.
That's right. We do.
And now Miles Murphy.
Apparently, him being a part of the 2-family home and being a well-adjusted adult works against him. I don't know how that exactly works, but in the NFL,
could you imagine if Murphy and Brzee go back to back? What if the Saints take Brzee here? That'd be pretty nuts.
That'd be dope. I'm pretty disappointed in Jacksonville for not taking a Clemson player. We gotta hit up Trevor Lawrence and be like, "What up, bro? What happened?"
I'm sure Trevor was out there campaigning for him.
I'm sure he was. That's a Trevor move right there. But we'll see who the next 3 picks are. Unless they are Clemson picks, my prediction will be wrong. No. Unless 2 of the 3 picks are Clemson picks, I'll be wrong. So, see how it goes. You think Brian Brezee's next? Or you think Philly at 30 is taking Brian Brzee?
I can see Philly taking Brzee.
I can see Philly taking Brzee too. And then maybe KC.
But they just took Jalen Carter, didn't they? Am I tripping?
Yeah, they took Jalen Carter.
They were the ones that took Jalen Carter. No, they're not. They're not taking Brzee then.
Why not?
Because
Fletcher Cox is getting a little old, bro. Fletcher Cox is getting a little old, bro.
But you've already got Jordan Davis, and you taking Jalen. Yeah, you don't load.
I know.
Defensive tackle is not a premium position.
Let me live my dream, okay? Don't do that to me. Let me live my dream, okay? I'm trying to be right now, okay? I need Brian Brzee and Trenton Simpson to be taken in the next 3 picks because Miami don't have a first-round pick. So there's not 32 picks. There's only 31 picks in the first round.
Cincinnati has taken 3 straight Tigers in the first round.
Really?
No.
Is that true?
No, no, that's not because T. Higgins and Jackson Carman were both second rounders. But with their first picks, I think that's true. No, because Jackson, they had a pick before Carman. But T. Higgins was 2020, and then Jackson Carman was 2021. Yeah, and then
2021. Yeah.
Who was 2020? There wasn't anybody 2022. But this year, now Miles Murphy. No. But they've taken Clemson players in 3 out of the last 4 drafts.
There we go.
So,
shout out to the Bengals.
They like them some Clemson.
Yeah,
not mad at it. My brother is a Bengals fan, so I'm sure he
is. He?
Yeah, I'll have to text him.
You got a what's his name? That's a Bengals fan. YouTube guy. Damn, what is his name?
His Flowers gone. Yeah, he went to Baltimore, David. They also have DJ. Yeah, but DJ Reader's been in the league a long time though, and he wasn't a first rounder. I think he was a mid round guy. DJ Reader was a dude though at Clemson. Shame he was on that 2015 team, but he didn't, and he left after that 2015. He's the guy that deserved a ring, but they were close. Him and Mackenzie Alexander deserved rings for sure. Mackenzie Alexander still probably my favorite Clemson corner of all time.
Oh, Mackenzie Alexander? Yeah, for sure.
He was different. He literally had that dog in him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Seriously, if Murphy and Brzee has to go in the first. He's got to go in the first. I can't see him falling. Come on.
Oh, Flimlow Raps. He's
I know. Yeah, I know him.
You know Flimlow Raps?
Yeah, I didn't know I used to watch his video.
Yeah, he's a Bengals fan. Yeah. He tells those he does those stories about different NFL players and all those guys. Yo!
There it is.
Hey!
Back-to-back Tigers.
My boy!
2 first rounders. We did it.
Yeah!
We hit the threshold.
There we go, Brian.
Took us. Over 3.5 hours in, but we did it. We're there.
Hey, Brian Brzee.
All right, I'm satisfied now.
I'm so satisfied right now.
I mean, it'd be great if Simpson got picked, but I doubt it.
Brian Brzee. Man, that's what's up, dude. Now I just need Trenton Simpson to get picked, and then I'm right. I get 3. I get 3 Tigers in the first round. Right?
Say that again?
I said if Trenton Simpson gets picked.
Oh, that'd be nuts.
Look at Brian Brzee taking on Drake May, destroying him. Who's Philly gonna pick? Pick Trenton Simpson, Philly. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was 3 Tigers back to back to back?
Oh, that would be nuts.
Yo, that'd be crazy, right?
If we could say we had 3 first
3 first rounders back to back to back. 29, 30, and 31. Oh, no. It would be 28, 29, and 30. There we go, Brian. Man, I'm so excited for that guy. That's freaking awesome, man. That is freaking awesome.
Whew. Hey, DJ Reader's getting hype on Twitter. He's happy. He's happy they got Murphy.
Is DJ Reader with the Saints?
No, I said he's happy they got Murphy.
He's with the Bengals. Yeah. Of course. Why wouldn't he be? Is Will Levis not going to be selected in the first round?
With the teams left on the board, no. Eagles aren't picking him. Chiefs aren't picking him, and the Steelers certainly aren't.
Definitely not. Damn, I feel bad for him, bro. Look at him.
I mean, honestly, I think I told you I'm not a big Will Levis guy. Of all the guys that were projected to go in the first round, he was my least favorite by a significant amount. I didn't really see it. Like Mike says, Ella Strong, 100%.
Ella Strong, yep. Yeah, they were all wearing the pink shirts.
Yeah. I'm happy Brian got to hear his name called tonight because that's awesome. Yeah, he puts mayo in his coffee. Who would draft him? Yeah, that's enough for me to not draft somebody too.
Wait, what?
That's psychopathic. Oh, you didn't know Will Levis? He puts mayo in his coffee. He even posted a video of it.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
Like seriously?
Yeah, he puts mayo in his coffee.
Like mayonnaise.
Yes, yes, mayonnaise. The condiment. Yes.
Like the condiment that you put on burgers.
Yes.
Mayo in his coffee.
Yes.
He's got to be trolling people with that, right? No?
It might be a troll. I don't know, but
Bro, look here. There's no way.
He posted a video of him he does it, whether he's trolling or not. But I don't know. But I mean, he was. I think he's dead serious. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Go. And he eats bananas with the peel. Yeah,
that might be the most disgusting thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's some psychopathic behavior for sure. If I saw like if my kid ever did that, I'm putting them up for adoption.
You got to be put down, bro. You can't live in my house no more.
Yeah,
bro.
no, you got to go.
You got to go, bro.
I'm putting you on the street.
Yeah, you got to go, bro.
We don't do that in my house.
Yeah, we don't do that around here. I don't. Is it Eagles draft room? Who are they selecting? They better get Jalen Hurts somebody else.
I think they might go defense. They don't need anything else. I mean, their offense they have one of probably the best O-line in football. Jalen Hurts. They've got great wide receivers. Between AJ Brown, Devontae. I mean, you've got weapons to throw to.
Oh no. They picked Nolan Smith. They picked Jalen Carter.
Nolan Smith hasn't come off the board yet, unless he's about to.
Oh, so they picked Jalen Carter, 9th overall.
Yeah.
So I guess that's their replacement for what? Fletcher Cox, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be their replacement for Fletcher Cox. Let's see who they pick here. Who do they need? What position group do they need?
I don't know. I think they might go defense. Who do you get on offense? I mean,
I don't think they need offense.
Yeah, they're as loaded as it gets on offense.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think they need offense. Let's see who they pick. 30th pick. Philadelphia Eagles pick is in. Hurry up, Roger Goodell. God dang, bro.
We got 3 more. Man,
why are we taking so long with these last 3 picks?
Yeah.
Holy crap, bro. We've been on the air for 3 hours and 42 minutes at this point. Mark Rogers is going to kill us, bro. He could be so mad at us. Mark is going to be so mad at us. Good Lord. All right. Who we got? Oh, okay. They're walking out now. Oh, good Lord. They got Mama Kelsey out there. Good Lord. Who are these three yahoos next to Mama Kelsey over here? Who are these dudes? What is he holding?
They just randomly have Dude Perfect on. Okay.
Oh, is this dude? Oh my god!
I haven't watched a Dude Perfect video.
No one has. No one has. In 3 years, no one's watched a Dude Perfect video. Oh my god! Here we go.
Man, they're doing all this nonsense, man. Could you imagine?
Just make the pick, damn it!
Could you imagine if the MLB draft was like this?
It would take so long.
Yeah.
Really? It landed on Travis Kelsey. Okay. What does that fucking mean? Excuse me. What does that freaking mean? My bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, we're almost 4 hours in. I don't think the YouTube algorithm's going to detect that one.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, there's
Nolan Smith.
Smith. Yeah.
Okay, they taking Nolan Smith from Georgia. Okay, good pick. Good pickup. Good pickup. That's a good pick for Philadelphia.
They did all that for that pick.
Why did they do all that? What was the coin flip about?
I wasn't even really paying attention. They doing the most at the end of the first round when people are trying to go to sleep.
I know, right? Like, come on, bro. We trying to go to sleep right now. Just get it over with. Wait, who is pick 33? Is that happening tonight too?
No, they're just showing it.
Okay. Is pick 32 happening? Or is this the last pick, 31?
It might be. Well, I think
31.
I saw something about it. 32 being a forfeited slot. I don't know.
32 is a forfeited slot because of.
Oh man, why are they showing the Clemson the Georgia game?
Oh my God! Look at this! Us getting killed. Look at DJ looking stupid out there.
We don't talk about that game.
Yeah, look at DJ looking stupid out there. Can't figure out nothing.
Hey, what did we say earlier in the show?
You're right. Yep. Good job, DJ. Do your thing at Oregon State.
I don't actually blame him that much for that game. But that was just the whole team was a disaster that day.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the defense. Defense played. I don't know how they only allowed 3 points.
Defense played lights out.
Yeah. That 2021 defense in general is man, that defense was a champion. That was a championship defense.
Bro, the Eagles got the Georgia defense. Look at this shit.
And they didn't even have Brian Brzee when he tore his ACL in the NC State game. Like that defense was amazing. That defense deserved a national championship for sure. I mean, you were good on all three levels.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you see this
past defense was as good as Clemson has had in a long time. I mean, between Andrew Booth and Mario Goodrich, and then you had freshman Andrew Makuba out there making plays, and RJ Mickens and all those guys. I mean, that was a really good secondary. I think we took it for granted.
Do you see that Eagles defense? They got the Georgia defense, basically.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They got the Georgia defense.
Big.
That's the Georgia defense in the NFL right there.
Cursing again. Big Red is sleepy. You're Big Red now. Big Load said.
Oh, no. I'm Big Red now? What?
Hey, he's calling you Big Red.
How'd I get Big Red? Okay. I'll take it.
Okay. All right, Chiefs fan. I've seen enough Chiefs fans.
All right, Chiefs. Go away. Go away. Come on. Just take your pick. Who are y'all selecting?
I can't trust the Chiefs because I want Justin Ross to do well, but still. Man, look at all those Mahomes jerseys. Bunch of bandwagons.
They just became Chiefs fans like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Bunch of idiots. It's like all these dang bandwagon Clemson fans that we're trying to fend off now.
I trust our fan base. Honestly, I feel like the Clemson fan base doesn't really. I'm not saying they don't have bandwagon fans, but I think for the most part, it's a pretty loyal fan base.
We do have a loyal fan base, but all the bandwagons jump shipped like 2 years ago. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you joined Clemson when if you joined Clemson when they were winning national championships, you're certainly not happy with.
Yeah, no.
Well, none of us are happy with how the team has played the last 2 years. But you wouldn't be able to stomach it for sure.
Yeah, none of us are happy with it, but all the bandwagons, they already left. So That's good. That's good. Honestly, that's probably the best thing that's come out of the Clemson program the past 2 seasons is we got rid of all the bandwagon fans.
Yeah.
Because they can't stand losing. So it's nice to see those people go. They were never here to begin with. They came.
Let's take Trenton Simpson. Let's do it. Woo. No.
Yeah, let's go Kansas City. Trenton Simpson.
No, they're not going to take that.
Back to back. No, they're going to take Trenton Simpson.
I mean, they could afford to take a pick like that because they don't.
No, they're going to take Trenton Simpson, bro. Just wait.
What do they need? They probably need DB help, I think.
No, you know what they need? They need Trenton Simpson. That's what they need. Back to back to back. Look, I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for it. Go Tigers. Go Tigers. Three picks. Back to back to back. Yeah.
Go Tigers says, hey, these last 2 years were a lot better than any year under Tommy Bowden. Yeah.
That's true.
That's for sure. Yeah, Tommy Bowden never won 10 games, let alone 11.
You're right, Go Tigers, but all those bandwagon fans, they wouldn't know the difference. So they wouldn't know any of those years. They don't even know who Tommy West was. So
no.
They don't know.
Hatfield.
Yeah, Ken Hatfield. They don't know any of those people. They barely know what the Rock is at the top of the hill. So all right, Chiefs pick is in. We'll see what it is.
Let's speed this up.
Trenton Simpson. Come on, Chiefs.
It ain't gonna be Trenton Simpson.
Don't do that to me, Jordan. Come on. Believe with me. We're going to speak it into existence.
It's not going to be true. It's not. Hey, I'm not.
You're right. It's not going to be Trent Simpson. But
hey, we were already blessed at the end because we were.
We
were seriously questioning whether we were going to even get one.
That's true. Who are they going to pick though? Like who did the Chiefs need?
Yeah, I don't know. What is? Usually they put the team needs.
Well, clearly they're going to
Will Levis.
No, they did not.
David Wood says Danny Ford grows legal hemp now. I mean, he lives in Central.
He might.
I didn't know he grew hemp. But you know.
Wait, does he really?
I've seen him I've seen Danny Ford like in person one time, but I didn't get a chance to speak to him. But he lives in the area. He's chilling. He's doing his thing.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I didn't know he grew his own hemp, but that sounds like something Danny Ford would do.
Why are we making a spectacle out of this? Good Lord, people. Come on, man. Jesus, take the wheel, bro. Come on. Yeah, Big Red, bite me, whatever, dude. Pick your player. Come on, Chiefs. We know you won the Super Bowl. We got it. No one cares. Good Lord. Look at these idiots. We're dragging this out as long as it can possibly be because it's the last pick of the night. So why did Miami forfeit their pick? Did Miami lose their pick because of tampering with Tom Brady?
I think that was it.
It was the tampering with Tom Brady, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Tampering with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Imagine that, dude. Tampering with Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my goodness. Who's this dude? Okay. I'm gonna pull my headphone to the side. Kansas City.
Felix Andubuike Uzomah.
I don't even know who that is.
I know. I've heard the name. He's a good player.
Okay.
But all right, that concludes the Clemson Tigers live all in show NFL draft watch party. Now that was a mouthful.
4 hours long, dude. 4 hours.
We did it though. We made it, man.
We did it. We made it. 4 hour long live stream. Watch along for the first round of the NFL draft. Absolutely ridiculous. I'll tell you one thing. The NFL does it right, man. They definitely bring hype to their draft. They definitely bring hype to their offseason. I wish college football would take some notes from the NFL when it comes to marketing the offseason. Because the NFL does it right. The NFL does it right, man.
Man, 4 hours for 32 picks. You gotta love it.
4 hours, dude. 4 hours for 32 picks, and we got Brian Brzee and Miles Murphy off the board.
Hey, but my number was right. I felt 2.
You're right.
It was touch and go at the end there, but we got it. Back-to-back picks.
I was wrong. I thought Trenton Simpson would get picked as well.
All right, pay up.
You're right. I'll pay up.
No, I'm kidding. All right, let's go ahead. Let's close it out. Big Low says, "Good night, pretty mouths." Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Good night, guys. Oh man, what a show, dude! What a show. Thanks everybody for showing up, showing out. I appreciate it. Jordan appreciates it. Man, 4 hours for 32 picks. That's absolutely ridiculous. But hey, I wouldn't expect anything less of the NFL.
No, they gotta make a show of it.
Of course.
All right, guys. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Been a really, really awesome show. You guys stuck it out with us. A lot of people that stayed the whole 4 hours. But just a shout out Angel Moss. Thank you for tuning in. Go Tigers, aka Edward. Big Load. Thank you, man. Awesome conversation. Byron Davis. Thank you. David Wood. Jeremiah Payne was in here. John Sarian. Like Mike, thank you. Trying to make sure I cover most everybody. Isaac Smith and anybody else I'm forgetting. Thank you guys for tuning in, and all the people that the one person that watches this whole live stream on the rewatch. Thank you for watching.
Yeah. Thank you for watching. Please hit that like button. I don't know why you're still here if you're on the rewatch, but we appreciate you being here anyway.
But yeah, as always, we will be here every Thursday. Speaking of which, do you want to announce the time change?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we doing that?
Yeah, we are. We are doing that. So the time change. So as you guys know, we changed our time from what was it? 7 o'clock?
Yeah, to 9. We
To
changed
9.
it from 7 to 9.
We changed it from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock for the softball season. My daughter will not have another practice nor game on Thursday. So we're going to change it back to 7 o'clock because that just fits better for myself and Jordan Bowman. And it just gives us time. It just gives us more time here to chop it up with you guys in the comment section after we're done with our show, after we're done with our scheduled, kind of stuff that we want to talk about and get into the comment section. So we're going to change it back to 7 o'clock. So please tune in every Thursday this off season at 7 o'clock on Thursday for the All-In Show here on the Voice of College Football Clemson channel. My boy Jordan Bowman will be here. I will be here. And we can't wait to chop it up with you guys about Clemson football, college football, and we have some special guests that we will be bringing to you guys this off season, the season that we don't play games, the period of time that we don't play games, and we can't wait for it. So stay tuned, and Jordan Bowman, send our audience off.
All right, y'all. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Stuck it out 4 hours, our longest show to date. But hopefully we were entertaining enough for you guys.
We tried.
Yeah, we tried. But thank you guys for tuning in. And we will see you guys next week at 7 o'clock next Thursday.
Next week, 7 o'clock, Thursday. Don't be late. Until next time, I'm Tiger Paul Craven. He is Jordan Bowman. We'll see you next Thursday at 7 p.m. Don't be late.
Later, y'all.
Later.